Chapter 399. Fourth update. The man in charge of the Lin family's practice room carried a large amount of food to the door of the practice room and knocked on the closed door. Not long after, the door opened and a gust of hot air blew in like a gust of wind, making the man feel as if he was next to an oven. With his sharp eyes, he also caught a glimpse of the iron piles in the practice room, covered with scorched black palm print. Some of them were very shallow, but some were very deep. Seeing those palm prints and feeling the scorching aura, this person couldn't help but tremble. As one of the managers of the training room, he deeply understood the hardness of the iron pillars. To be able to leave such palm prints on the iron pillars, the person's strength must be very strong. Please enjoy. After using honorifics, the man quickly turned around and left. Chen Zong gobbled up the food that was delivered. After filling his stomach, he put the cutlery outside the door and closed it again. After a short rest, Chen Zong continued to practice. For 3 days in a row, Chen Zong cultivated the chaotic iron forging hands, striving to grasp this body refinement martial art and be able to execute it in an instant. Who knows, it might be useful in battle in the future. Relying on his amazing control of his body and strength, Chen Zong's practice progress was gratifying. In 3 days, he had mastered it. With a thought, the power was released from his internal organs and poured into his pure yang qi and blood through his bones and muscles, and then condensed into his palms. His palms immediately swelled up and became red like soldering iron that had been calcined for a long time, emitting an amazing heat. From the activation of the power to the swelling of his palms, the whole process was very short, only in the blink of an eye. However, his palms didn't attack. Instead, after a slight pause, Chen Zong's hands shook slightly, and the highly condensed pure yang qi and blood quickly dispersed. In just a few blinks of an eye, his palms returned to their original state. The mixed iron forging hand is indeed very powerful, but it also consumes a lot of physical strength. Chen Zong thought. With the physical strength that Chen Zong had now, he could only activate it 5 times in a row. Immediately, Chen Zong took out the earth fire body burning stone. It was time to use it to practice the golden jade bone skill. Holding the earth fire body burning stone, Chen Zong could feel waves of heat burning his palms. However, compared to when he used the mixed iron forging hand, there was still some difference, so he didn't feel uncomfortable. After assuming the posture of the second stage of the golden jade bone skill, Chen Zong used the second stage of the golden jade bone skill to train his tough bones. The earth fire body burning stone's heat was immediately attracted, flowing into his palms, and then spread to his bones, the heat to his palms. Not long after, this kind of blazing heat covered the surface of the bones all over his body, flowing like water. Because of the practice of the mixed iron forging hand, Chen Zong's palms were used to the high temperature, but his bones were not. The heat of the heat was much stronger than the Qi flame body tempering pill he had taken before, which immediately made Chen Zong suffer a lot of pain. His whole body trembled unconsciously, but Chen Zong forced himself to endure it. Again and again, he used the high temperature to calcine his bones, eliminating the impurities in his bones, and absorbing the power contained in the high temperature. His bones were strengthened at an amazing speed. His skin was also affected by the high temperature of his bones. It turned red as if it was steamed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Chen Zong kept practicing. When he reached his limit, he stopped to rest. He practiced swordsmanship or martial arts. When he rested, he continued. Most of his time was spent on the practice of the golden jade bone skill. 7 days. For a full 7 days, Chen Zong's bones trembled slightly, making a series of sounds. A powerful force was brewing in them, and then, like a storm, it swept through his whole body. The tendons and muscles all over his body seemed to be impacted. They trembled and quickly became stronger. This change lasted for a full hour before it stopped. The heat flow receded, and the originally white bones emitted a golden luster. They seemed to be tougher and tougher. This was the Golden Jade Bone. The second level of the Golden Jade Bone skill, the Golden Jade Bone skill, was completed. After 7 days of absorption, only a small piece of the earth flame burning stone was left. It was less than 1/10 of its original size. Even if it was completely absorbed, it would not be able to practice the third level of the Golden Jade Bone skill. The second level was more difficult than the first, and the third level was much more difficult than the second. When he moved his body, his bones trembled again and again, making a series of crisp sounds, which echoed in the practice room. Chen Zong could feel that his whole body was filled with a powerful force, as if he could smash a mountain with one punch. Arm strength of 50,000 pounds. This was undoubtedly a terrifying force. Perhaps because of the different system, it could not be fully exerted, but it could also significantly improve Chen Zong's strength and survival ability. With a thought, he exerted force from his more resilient organs. The violent force instantly rushed through his whole body, poured into his purer and more vigorous pure yang qi and blood, and then rushed to his palm. The swelling of his palm became more obvious and redder. The air around his palm was distorted, and the temperature was even higher than before. The power of the mixed iron refining hand was closely related to the cultivator's body refining cultivation. In addition, it was also closely related to the degree of comprehension of the martial art. The difference in power between using the first level of the mysterious Golden Jade Bone technique and using the second level of the mysterious Golden Jade Bone technique was very obvious. When the palm hit the iron pile, the terrifying force immediately left the deepest palm print on the iron pile. Half of the iron pile was caved in, and the side was deformed because of the pressure. This palm was enough to kill most of the LV6 genuine martial realm warriors. He spent some time to absorb the rest of the earth flame burning body stone. Unfortunately, the third level of the Golden Jade Bone skill did not improve much, and even his strength did not increase significantly. At this point, the cultivation came to an end. Chen Zong left the practice room. Suddenly, Chen Zong felt that he was being followed, but the stalker did not do anything except stare at him. Is it Gu Yaoyang's people? The thought flashed through his mind. It seemed to be possible. Chen Zong went to a crowded place. With the help of the crowd, he used his body movement. He was as agile as a fish, shuttling through the crowd. After 7 or 8 turns, the feeling of being followed disappeared. Damn it! The stalker's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked around. After getting rid of the stalker, Chen Zong quickly went to the city gate. The training that the trip to Tianjiang City could bring was enough. It was time to go to other places. But Chen Zong, my young master invites you. 2 people in blue and white armor blocked Chen Zong's way. One of them had a cold expression, while the other had a smile on his face. Both of them were at LV7 of the genuine martial realm. Who are you 2 young masters? Chen Zong asked in reply. Young Mansion Master. The other person's answer surprised Chen Zong. Young Mansion Master. That was undoubtedly the young Mansion Master of Tianjiang Prefecture. What did he want from him? Please lead the way, Chen Zong said after thinking for a while. Please. The 2 people turned around and led the way for Chen Zong. Under the 2 people's lead, Chen Zong came to a restaurant. The restaurant was very big and tall. It looked magnificent and magnificent. Golden E Restaurant. The flag with 5 big words fluttered in the wind like a flying phoenix. The 2 people who led the way did not say anything except at the beginning. They walked into the restaurant, went up the stairs, and went straight to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was divided into 2 parts, with a wide corridor in the middle. They walked to the left and stopped in front of a magnificent door with a dragon pattern. One of them knocked on the door, opened it, and walked in. After a few breaths, he came out again. Go in. Young Mansion Master is inside. After saying this to Chen Zong, the 2 people stood on both sides of the door like guards. Pushing open the door, Chen Zong stepped in. At first glance, He felt dizzy because the decorations inside were too gorgeous. Everywhere was golden and dazzling, with dragons and phoenixes carved on them. There were also decorations made of transparent crystals. Chunzong was sure that this was the most gorgeous decoration he had ever seen. All eyes fell on Chunzong's face. Some were curious, some were playful, and some were sharp. Chunzong could feel two of them. The first one was hostile and murderous, as if there was a great hatred between them. The second one was high and mighty, like a monarch looking down on him. The first one was from Long Zhangji. The second gaze came from a young man in a loose robe who was sitting on a high platform in the middle. He was the young man riding the golden scale beast, the young mansion master of Tianjiang Prefecture, whom he had seen on the street when he first entered Tianjiang City. Suddenly, Long Zhangji stood up and pointed at Chunzong. He shouted angrily, "How dare you not kneel in front of the young mansion master? How dare you?" Chunzong glanced at Long Zhangji and ignored him. He looked at the young mansion master and cupped his fists to salute him. He was neither servile nor overbearing. "Young mansion master, may I know what you want from me?" Long Zhangji's expression changed drastically. He was ignored, and murderous intent gathered in his eyes. "Kneel down," Long Zhangji shouted. He jumped up, and a dazzling sword light bloomed in the air. The sword light was blazing and powerful, and it pierced through the air toward Chunzong. The surrounding people were watching the show. The young mansion master had a playful smile on his face, but he did not stop Long Zhangji. Chunzong took in everyone's expressions and roughly understood what they were thinking. Chunzong took a step forward. Not only did he not dodge, he even took the initiative to meet Long Zhangji's fierce sword light. Everyone was stunned. Then, a silver sword light pierced through the air and pierced through Long Zhangji's sword light. When the two swords collided, an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, and countless sparks flew in all directions. Long Zhangji, who was in the air, fell back to his original place. He was secretly shocked. His sudden attack did not hurt Long Zhangji, and Long Zhangji was still safe and sound. Although he did not use his full strength, at least 50% of his strength was enough to kill an ordinary LV3 genuine martial realm martial artist. Chapter 400. Today's first update. Clap, clap, clap. Crisp and slow applause rang out, echoing endlessly in the magnificent hall. The young mansion master was clapping with a condescending smile on his face. He looked at Chunzong with appreciation in his eyes, as if he was looking at a sword. This kind of look made people uncomfortable. "No wonder you're the sword son of the reigning sword sect. Your swordsmanship is extraordinary," the young mansion master said. Everyone was surprised. Before this, they didn't know Chunzong's background. He was the sword son of the reigning sword sect. Except for the young mansion master, the rest of the people present were not as powerful as Chunzong. Immediately, they stopped looking at him playfully. "I've seen the reigning sword technique. It's amazing. I wonder how many moves you've learned?" the young mansion master asked again. "Just a dozen moves," Chunzong answered vaguely. "You should answer the young mansion master's question in detail. What kind of attitude is this?" Long Zhangji scolded again, trying his best to play the role of an excellent henchman. However, Chunzong ignored him again. Long Zhangji gritted his teeth, but he couldn't do anything because he knew why the young mansion master asked Chunzong to come. Although he was unwilling, he had to cooperate. Young mansion master is 27 years old this year. His cultivation is at LV7 of the genuine martial realm. He's ranked in the second-tier group of geniuses in Tianjiang Prefecture and is about to become the first-tier group. In the next 3 years, he'll definitely become a supreme talent, Long Zhangji said again, praising the young mansion master's merits. Chunzong wasn't surprised at all. The young mansion master of Tianjiang Prefecture was named Long Xiaojun. He was currently ranked in the second-tier group of geniuses. Chen Zong already knew this. As for whether he could become a supreme talent in the next 3 years, it was still unknown. You're the sword son of the reigning sword sect, which means you're extraordinary. I need a genius like you to work for me. Long Xiaojun of the Imperial Xiaofu Palace spoke unhurriedly, but his words were overbearing. He did not beat around the bush and directly mentioned that he wanted to recruit Chen Zong to work for him. It could be said that these people were all loyal to Long Xiaojun. Other than Long Zhangji, the others were also geniuses from the various clans in Tianjiang City. They had long become young Master Long's subordinates. Therefore, before Chen Zong could reply, they all began to talk about how good the young master was. They wished they could agree on Chen Zong's behalf. Thank you for your attention, young master, but I'm used to being free. I'm afraid I won't be able to stand being restricted, Chen Zong said. He had rejected young Master Long's invitation. How dare you reject the Vice Mansion Master? Long Changji reprimanded Chen Zong again, but he was actually very happy in his heart. If Chen Zong had accepted the Vice Mansion Master's invitation, then he probably wouldn't have had the chance to take revenge on Chen Zong. However, things were different now. You're rejecting me. Young Master Long's tone was calm, but everyone lowered their heads slightly. They all knew young Master Long's personality. The calmer he was, the angrier he was. If the Vice Mansion Master doesn't have anything else to say, Chen Zong will take his leave. Chen Zong didn't want to stay here any longer. People who walked different paths couldn't work together. After that, Chen Zong turned around and walked towards the door. When he opened the door, he was blocked by the 2 guards at the door. Chen Zong turned around and looked at the Vice Mansion Master, young Master Long. His expression didn't change at all. He just looked at young Master Long quietly. If the other party really didn't let him leave, then he would have to fight. Let him go, young Master Long said. The 2 guards at the door immediately retreated quickly and decisively. Chen Zong retracted his gaze and stepped out, leaving the Golden Grace Inn. Young master, this person is too arrogant. He doesn't take you seriously at all. Long Changji tried his best to persuade young Master Long, young master, please let me do it. I want to teach him a lesson and let him know the consequences of offending you. Do it well, young Master Long just said. Since Chen Zong dared to reject him like this, he wouldn't let him go so easily. Yes. Long Changji was immediately happy. He hurriedly chased after Chen Zong. He was worried that if he delayed too long, Chen Zong would run far away and he wouldn't be able to find him. Young Master Long wasn't worried that Long Changji couldn't teach Chen Zong a lesson. In his opinion, since Chen Zong could become the sword son of the unhindered sword sect, he must be very talented. However, he hadn't cultivated for long. Long Changji, on the other hand, was now at the early stage of the LV4 true martial realm. His strength was far stronger than ordinary LV4 true martial realm warriors. Even if he couldn't teach Chen Zong a lesson, he could at least escape unscathed. As for using the guards of Tianjiang City to force Chen Zong to stay and imprison him, young Master Long had thought about it. However, he immediately ruled it out. First of all, it was not worthwhile to use the guards of Tianjiang City for one person. It would make things worse and even develop out of control. Long Xiaojun hated the feeling of being out of control. Second of all, Chen Zong had some background. If the unhindered sword sect intervened, it would be troublesome no matter what. Young Master Long felt that he was superior, but he didn't think that he could crush the unhindered sword sect with the strength of Tianjiang Prefecture. That kind of high-level competition was not something he could deal with at his level. Soon, Chen Zong arrived at the gate of the city. The feeling of being followed appeared again. Chen Zong walked out of the gate at an extremely fast speed. Then, a fiery red figure chased after him. Then, another figure also caught up with him. One of them was Gu Yaoyang, and the other was Long Zhangji. Both of them were targeting Chen Zong. Not long after leaving Tianjiang City, Chen Zong was caught by Gu Yaoyang on the wide road. Actually, Chen Zong had slowed down to let him catch up. We are no longer in Tianjiang City. Hand over those two things, and I will spare your life. Gu Yaoyang's body was emitting a scorching aura. His red martial robe was fluttering in the wind. His voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. That is, I recognize him. He is Gu Yaoyang, one of the top 10 new stars. Who is that? Gu Yaoyang has his eyes on him. I wonder who he is. Look at the symbol on his robe. That is the symbol of the Zongjing sword sect. Compared to Gu Yaoyang, Chen Zong's reputation was not as prominent. Even though the 4 words Unhindered Sword Master were very famous, and the 4 words Unhindered Sword Master were also very famous, but Chen Zong did not have these 4 words above his head. At most, he could recognize the symbol of the Zongjing sword sect on his robe. The Xinjiang sect and the Zongjing sword sect were on the same level. Now that the disciples of the two sects were about to fight, everyone was excited. There were many people on the road. They were all attracted to the fight, but they did not dare to get close. They just watched from afar. At this moment, Long Zhangji also caught up. He unsheathed his sword, and cold light shot out. His terrifying aura was approaching Chen Zong. This person offended the vice chief, but the vice chief is generous and does not want to take his life. He only ordered me to teach him a lesson, Long Zhangji said. His words put Chen Zong in a passive position. You are very brave, aren't you? Gu Yaoyang smiled playfully. The vice chief was, of course, the vice chief of the Tianjiang prefecture, Long Xiaojun. He was one of the geniuses in the second-tier camp in the Tianjiang prefecture. He was almost certain to enter the first-tier camp in the future, and he also had the royal bloodline. No matter how proud Gu Yaoyang was, he did not want to make an enemy of such a person. After all, there was no benefit to it. Hearing this, the people around were also shocked. As people who often went in and out of the Tianjiang prefecture, the words vice chief were even more intimidating. There was actually someone who was so blind as to offend the vice mansion master. Wasn't this person tired of living? For a moment, many people laughed at Chen Zong's misfortune. Without giving Chen Zong a chance to explain, Long Zhangji's figure flashed and his sword pierced through the air. The faint sound of a dragon's roar was heard, as if it came from the horizon. It grew closer and closer. It went from faint to loud, as if it was ringing in everyone's ears. The spectators felt dizzy and almost lost control of the power in their bodies. The dragon cry swordsmanship. The upper heaven-level swordsmanship belonged to the royal family and was not spread outside. Long Zhangji could practice this swordsmanship because he was surnamed Long and had awakened a trace of royal bloodline. Secondly, he was talented. When the dragon cry swordsmanship was performed, it would be accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. This sound would interfere with the opponent's spiritual will and cause him to lose control of his power. It was with this dragon cry swordsmanship that Long Zhangji had killed a martial artist at LV5 of the genuine martial realm. The sword was shaped like a dragon, and it was accompanied by a fierce roar. Unlike when he was in the Golden Grace restaurant, Long Zhangji didn't hold back in the slightest, and he used his full strength to activate his sword technique without holding back at all. It wasn't as simple as just teaching Chen Zong a lesson, and he carried the goal of heavily injuring Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression remained unchanged. He shook his right hand, and the silver sword light broke through the air. A sense of dominance spread out, and it was indestructible and invincible. The 16th move of the Sword of Traversing. With one sword, the dragon-shaped sword light was shattered, and the dizzying dragon's roar came to an abrupt end, like a duck being choked by its neck. The two swords collided, and the friction produced fierce sparks. The long sword in Long Zhangji's hand was constantly trembling, and he felt like it was going to fly out of his hand. Chen Zong's long sword broke through the air with unparalleled sharpness, and nothing could stop it. Long Zhangji's expression changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. With a shake of his wrist, his true power rushed out like a torrent. The sword light splashed into a ball, strong and dazzling. Accompanied by an astonishing whistling sound, the terrifying sword chi cut the wide road into pieces. Then, countless sword lights gathered into a dazzling one, and fiercely chopped down. The astonishing sword pressure was the first to cut the road below. This sword was going to cut Chen Zong in half. Through the dazzling sword light, one could see the fierce killing intent in Long Zhangji's eyes and the ferocious expression on his face. He was like a bloodthirsty demon. The hatred in his heart for Chen Zong was completely vented through this sword. Chen Zong's expression was cold and solemn. His swordsmanship did not change. It was still the 16th move of the horizontal swordsmanship, but it seemed to be faster. Chapter 401. Urgent Monthly Votes. What a fierce sword! Gu Yaoyang's pupils contracted slightly. That sword was not only fast, but also powerful. However, that was also the specialty of the unrivaled swordsmanship faction. It had both strength and speed. Fast was not enough to describe it. Fierce was the only word that could describe it. Fast and strong, sharp and domineering, it was fierce. Long Zhangji's complexion was unsightly. That sword had been blocked by the pseudo-spiritual armor, but the terrifying power had still penetrated the pseudo-spiritual armor and hit his body. He felt as if his bones had been broken, and he could feel bursts of pain just by breathing. In his heart, he was even more shocked, and a storm was raging. He had used all his strength, which was enough to kill an ordinary LV5 genuine martial realm martial artist, but he was defeated by his opponent. How was that possible? He could not accept it. "I'll kill you," Long Zhangji growled like a trapped beast. His true force was pushed to the extreme, and his sword pierced through the air like a ferocious dragon destroying the world. It carried a shocking killing intent. It was beyond the limit, and it carried a killing intent. It was merciless. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly turned cold. He had not used all his strength in that sword attack, but since his opponent had done so, there was no need to hold back. Silver sword radiance suddenly appeared like a meteor piercing through the sky, shattering the bright moon. The sword swept through the world with disdain. Kill! The dragon-shaped sword radiance was shattered, and the silver sword radiance was invincible. It was sharp and domineering. Long Zhangji did not have time to react. He could only watch as the sword radiance enlarged in front of him and filled his eyes. Then, the world disappeared. Then, an indescribable pain came from his throat and spread throughout his body. Following that, his strength was quickly released from his throat. The world in front of him became blurry and dim. Finally, he fell into oblivion. He's dead. He's killed. He even dared to kill the young mansion master's men. He's finished. The surrounding people were horrified. That was the young mansion master's man, and he had offended the young mansion master by killing him. The consequences would be severe. Gu Yaoyang was also shocked, but it soon turned into a sneer. "I have to admire you. You even dared to kill the young mansion master's men." Gu Yaoyang sneered. He would not provoke the young mansion master, but it did not mean that he was afraid. "Think about yourself," Chen Zong retorted. "Soon, you won't be able to say anything." Gu Yaoyang's true power revolved. The true Yang Sex heaven-level true Yang great technique was pushed to the extreme. The terrifying true Yang true power emitted an astonishing heat, and Gu Yaoyang's red martial robe seemed to be burning. The air started to twist under the high temperature. Gu Yaoyang threw out a punch in the air. The fiery red fist brought with it the power of the sun. The fist pressure was like an invisible stream of fire. Even though they were far away, everyone could feel the heat, which made their mouths dry up. Chen Zong's feeling was even more intense. He felt as if his entire body was being roasted by the flames next to a large furnace. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. There was still a gap between this high temperature and cultivating the mixed iron forging hand. The fiery red fist pierced through the air and blasted in front of him, rapidly enlarging in his eyes. Chen Zong slashed out with his sword. The silver sword light tore through the sky like lightning and collided with the fiery red fist. It exploded and dissipated. The scorching aura spread along the sword, wanting to burn Chen Zong's arm. The terrifying true power swept in all directions and attacked Gu Yaoyang. Gu Yaoyang's arm shook and scattered the true power. He opened up his fists, and streaks of fiery red fist prints pierced through the air and blasted towards Chen Zong. They were densely packed like a rainstorm, or like a meteor shower. Every fist contained the true power of the extreme yang, and every fist was a move of the 9 profound true yang dao of the heaven-level top-grade martial art. Its power was overbearing and extremely terrifying. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and the surrounding daos were shattered and collapsed under the pressure of the fists. The scorching aura spread all around, as if something was being ignited. 2 silver sword lights tore through the sky and slashed out. Every sword was sharp and overbearing. There was no fear. No matter how strong you are, I am stronger. No matter how strong your fists are, I will break it with my sword. Slash. Slash. Gu Yaoyang's strength wasn't something that Long Zhangji could compare with. He was one of the top 10 new stars, and all his cultivation techniques and martial arts were of the best quality of heaven level. Moreover, it was the true Yang sect guarding martial codex. It wasn't something that ordinary best quality of heaven-level martial arts could compare with. Moreover, Gu Yaoyang's cultivation was at the early 5th level of the true martial realm, which was a whole level higher than Long Zhangji's. No matter how one looked at it, Gu Yaoyang was above Long Zhangji. It was reasonable for him to be stronger than Long Zhangji. Long Zhangji's sword strike with all his strength could not bring much pressure to Chen Zong. However, every punch from Gu Yaoyang made Chen Zong feel extremely pressured. At the moment when the fist and sword collided, a ferocious power exploded. Chen Zong clearly felt that Gu Yaoyang's body was very strong. Breaking the limits of the human body. Chen Zong was secretly surprised. Since he started cultivating, he had encountered many opponents. However, he had never met anyone who could break the limits of the human body. Gu Yaoyang was the first, and his strength was very strong. Chen Zong guessed that his arm strength was no less than 20,000 jin. No wonder Gu Yaoyang bid for the heaven-level refining martial arts and the earth flame burning stone at the auction. Gu Yaoyang was also very surprised because he could feel that his opponent's body strength was very strong. It was not inferior to his own. How was this possible? It should be known that the true yang true force cultivated by the true yang technique had a certain body tempering effect. Even if one did not cultivate a body tempering technique, their body would often be much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Gu Yaoyang's lineage, other than cultivating the true yang technique, also cultivated a body tempering technique. After a few years of hard work, he broke the limits of the human body and continued to improve. Now, his strength alone had reached a shocking 20,000 jin. Before, when he bid for the heaven-level refining martial arts, he planned to cultivate it himself. On the other hand, he wanted to bring it back to the true Yang sect. On the other hand, he bid for the earth flame burning stone to improve his body and strengthen his body. Now, he chased after Chen Zong to get the heaven-level refining martial arts and the earth flame burning stone. On the other hand, he wanted to teach Chen Zong a lesson for himself. Mysterious Yang body. With a low shout, Gu Yaoyang activated the body tempering technique. Suddenly, his muscles and bones trembled. His skin turned red and emitted a red halo. The temperature of his body rose sharply. He threw out a punch. The power seemed to be even stronger, accompanied by a shockingly high temperature. Mysterious Jade Body. Chen Zong also activated the first stage of the mysterious Jade Golden Bone technique. Suddenly, the power in his body became more compact. His skin also changed. It became like white jade and emitted a warm halo. Fighting force with force, it was as if a drum was being beaten. The terrifying chi shockwaves caused the ground to shatter. Excited by the prospect, both Chen Zong and Gu Yaoyang temporarily restrained their true power and changed to fighting force with force. Chen Zong also did not use his sword. Instead, he used his fists and palms to attack. He wanted to test his own body tempering technique. Boom, boom, boom. It had to be said that the battle between body tempering martial artists was even more impactful than chi refining martial artists. That kind of pure head-on confrontation with pure power made people's blood boil. They were so excited that they could not help but scream. Fist to fist, it was as if two demonic beasts were fighting to the death. Gu Yaoyang's fist landed on Chen Zong's chest. The scorching chi impact was blocked by the mysterious jade body. However, Chen Zong still felt a scorching heat coming from where he was hit. There was even a scorching power that wanted to invade his body. At the same time, Chen Zong's palm landed on Gu Yaoyang's shoulder. The terrifying power condensed into one crushing steel. Gu Yaoyang felt as if his shoulder was about to be crushed. After a short battle, Chen Zong roughly determined Gu Yaoyang's body tempering martial art. It was almost at the level of the first stage of the mysterious jade golden bone technique. Diamond bone. With a low shout, his whole body trembled. His bones seemed to come alive. It was like a hidden dragon coming out of the abyss, releasing a shocking amount of power. Along with the dense sound of frying beans, a golden light suddenly spread out from the bones. It passed through the veins, muscles, and blood and then appeared on the skin. It merged with the white halo of the mysterious jade body and turned into a platinum color. Gu Yaoyang's face suddenly changed. He could acutely feel the change in Chen Zong's chi. It became more violent, as if a demonic beast was about to turn into an ancient demonic beast. This was not true power, but the real power of the physique. His opponent was actually hiding his body tempering martial arts. There was no time to think. Chen Zong had already sent out a palm strike. This palm strike was much faster than before, and it carried with it an extremely terrifying pressure. The pressure was like an invisible mountain pressing down, causing the surrounding air to solidify. An invisible force pressed down from all directions, binding Chen Zong's body and making it difficult for him to move. Open! Gu Yaoyang's face was red. He pushed his chi to the extreme. His whole body swelled up, and his bones and muscles let out a shocking sound of thunder. However, the difference between his body tempering martial arts and Chen Zong's was very obvious. He felt that it was very difficult. Gu Yaoyang had no choice but to push his true yang true power. It instantly filled his entire body and broke free from the invisible pressure. He then punched out. This punch was a little rushed and seemed to be very difficult. The sound was like thunder. Under Chen Zong's tyrannical punch, Gu Yaoyang's whole body flew out. He felt as if he was attacked by an extremely ferocious demonic beast. All his bones and muscles felt like they were twitching. You used the earth flame body burning stone? Gu Yaoyang retreated and adjusted his body. He thought of something and his face changed. He asked in a hurried tone. You guessed right. Chen Zong took a step forward and punched out again. The fist broke through the air and whistled like a dragon. Under the pressure of the terrifying fist, a gully was plowed open on the ground. You deserve to die. Gu Yaoyang was suddenly furious. His goal was to obtain the heaven-level body tempering martial arts and the earth flame body burning stone. The latter was especially important. After all, he mainly cultivated chi and secondary body tempering. There was not much difference whether he had the body tempering martial arts or not. The earth flame body burning stone was actually used. This was unforgivable. In his rage, Gu Yaoyang's long robe seemed to have turned into flames. His long hair also flew up into the sky and was dyed red. It was as if he had turned into a flame that wanted to burn through the sky. Chapter 402. Is everyone waiting for the double monthly ticket after 12 o'clock on the 15th? Gu Yaoyang's long hair was as red as flames. His robe fluttered in the wind like a stream of fire. At this moment, Gu Yaoyang looked as if he had turned into a man made of flames. That kind of recklessness and brashness made people's minds tremble. Scent pound immediately, Gu Yaoyang's eyes seemed to be covered in fire. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes like two streams of fire. Gu Yaoyang looked like he was about to fly into the air. Under the high temperature, the sand below gradually softened and showed signs of melting into water. This was the sign of cultivating true yang to an extremely high level. No wonder he was one of the 10 rising stars. His talent was terrifying. He's so strong. Too strong. With this kind of strength, he won't be defeated even if he meets a LV7 genuine martial realm martial artist. They were all shocked. He's just one of the 10 rising stars. He's improving so fast. Half a year ago, Gu Yaoyang and the others were only in the early stage of LV4 genuine martial realm. Half a year later, they had reached the early stage of LV5. This kind of speed made many genuine martial realm martial artists envious. Most genuine martial realm martial artists couldn't increase their cultivation by 1 level after a year of hard work. Some even needed 2 or 3 years, or even 4 or 5 years. The higher the level, the more difficult it was to increase their cultivation. There was no comparison at all. This disciple of the Zhonghu sword sect is doomed. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be half dead. Everyone felt that they had one more topic to talk about. As for the dead Long Zhangji, he was now lying not far away. Everyone had forgotten about him for the time being. Chen Zong's expression was grave. At this moment, Gu Yaoyang gave him a lot of pressure. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong's body relaxed, but his spirit became more condensed. He activated the Zhonghu art and reached the 17th level. Yes, Chen Zong's cultivation had reached the early stage of LV4 genuine martial realm. The purity of his Zhonghu true force was not inferior to Gu Yaoyang's true yang force. The art of traversing had been cultivated to the 17th level, and the traversing sword technique had also been upgraded to the 17th style. Suddenly, an invincible traversing will spread out from Chen Zong's body. His whole body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, sweeping across the world in all directions. Nothing could resist it. That unhindered sword sect disciple seems to be very strong as well. He's only in the early stage of the 4th LV of the true martial realm. How can he emit such a terrifying aura? I don't think he's any weaker than Gu Yaoyang. There doesn't seem to be such a person among the 10 rising stars. The onlookers were all shocked and began to guess the specific identity of Chen Zong. However, they did not know that Chen Zong was the current sword master of Zhongheng. 9 profound true Yang Dao. Heavenly Yang Fist. As Gu Yaoyang's voice was loud and mighty, he leaped into the air, radiating a shocking light and heat. He punched out, and all the light and heat poured into his fist. It was like the sun in the sky, shining in all directions, making people unable to look at it directly. It also brought with it a terrifying strike that could destroy everything. An ear-piercing rumbling sound rang out like a raging sea. Under the terrifying pressure of the fist, the ground below collapsed. This fist seemed to be able to shatter the earth. Chen Zong was the first to bear the brunt. The terrifying pressure of the fist almost suffocated him. When he breathed, a shocking heat rushed into his nose and into his body, as if it was going to burn his lungs. It was not a good feeling, and it would affect the performance of his power. However, Chen Zong ignored the heat. He breathed in the sun, because he had experienced something even hotter than this, more than once. Traversing sword. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered, and the 2 swords pierced through the air. One sword was vertical, and the other was horizontal. The 2 swords combined to sweep across the world. The silver cross-shaped sword light carried an invincible traversing will, as if it was going to cut the sky into 4 pieces. The sword light shattered and the sun collapsed. Chen Zong rushed into the sky, and the 2 swords attacked Gu Yaoyang like a storm. The silver sword light was extremely dazzling, destroying the sky. Burning Sun Millstone. Gu Yaoyang performed the unique skill of the Jiuxuan True Yang method again. As he waved his hands, the strong light and heat spread out, and a red millstone with a diameter of 2 meters was condensed out of thin air, burning with shocking flames. The millstone rotated, blocking and dispersing the countless silver sword lights that were like a torrential downpour. Moreover, it pressed down from the sky. The extremely terrifying pressure seemed to be able to cause the earth to sink. This kind of feeling was like the sun in the sky had really fallen, causing Chen Zong's mouth to dry up and his heart to beat faster. With a cold face, he still performed the 17th movement of the traversing sword, breaking through the air. The traversing sword was like this. One movement replaced the previous one, and one was stronger than the previous one. With the 17th movement, Chen Zong naturally would not perform the weaker 16th movement. Although there was only one movement in each movement, that movement had many variations and usages. It could be performed from different angles, and it could perfectly combine strength and speed to the fullest. There were no hands or swords, only streaks of silver light that were sharp and domineering, attacking the falling burning sun millstone from different angles. In an instant, there were hundreds of silver sword lights stabbing. The burning sun millstone paused, and there seemed to be a cracking sound, and cracks appeared. The 2 swords broke through the air, and the silver cross sword light seemed to mark the void. The burning sun millstone was directly shattered. Body and sword as one, he passed through the shattered burning sun millstone and attacked Gu Yaoyang. Under the attack of the 2 swords, Gu Yaoyang rushed into the sky, and his arms were trembling. Gu Yaoyang's arms were covered with armor, and it blocked the attack of the swords. Otherwise, Chen Zong's 2 swords would have already cut off his arms. Gu Yaoyang's face was ugly. He had already used all his strength, but he still could not defeat an unknown person. He was furious. His anger rose, and his true power seemed to be more active and violent. He fell from the sky, and the light and heat emitted from his body were even more shocking. Jiuxuan True Sun Demon Suppression. The momentum was grand, and the sound of heaven was vast, as if it came from the sky. Gu Yaoyang seemed to have turned into a burning sun, and the heat he emitted could melt steel. At this moment, Gu Yaoyang seemed to be supreme, and Chen Zong seemed to have turned into a demon, and was about to be suppressed. Sword of Traversing. 17th form. The light in his eyes was like a sword out of its scabbard, piercing through the sky. The will in his chest was unstoppable, and he looked down on the 9 heavens. The power of the Sword of Traversing was not only closely related to the level of the traversing art, but also the number of forms of the Sword of Traversing. Other than that, it was also related to one's spirit and willpower. The traversing Sword of Traversing required a strong willpower that could traverse the heaven and earth. If it was a person who was depressed or content with pleasure, he would not be able to unleash the power of the traversing Sword of Traversing. Along the way, Chen Zong had overcome all the obstacles and met strong enemies. He had killed them one by one, and this had forged his confidence and belief. This was the willpower of the traversing Sword of Traversing. Physique, true power, sword art, willpower, body and sword as one, spiritual chi of heaven and earth. All of this had forged Chen Zong's sword attack, the most powerful one. It was unstoppable, and there was nothing it could not break. Kill. The true sun was shattered, and the sword light was scattered. Gu Yaoyang was blown away, and Chen Zong was falling down. As soon as they landed, they had finished gathering their power. They shot up into the sky again, and with the traversing 8 directions movement, they crossed hundreds of meters in a flash. The 2 swords carried a shocking power and pierced through the air. Gu Yaoyang forced himself to restrain his power. Looking down from above, He used both his fists and legs to fight back like a weapon. A strong light bloomed in the air, and circles of ripples spread out like water. Crisp sounds could be heard continuously. The battle was very intense. The two of them fought from the air to the ground, and the ground around them exploded in an instant. Waves of dirt rose up a few meters high, and the gravel turned into powder, spreading out in all directions. The sword and the fist collided. It was a fierce battle between two super geniuses. Everyone around them opened their eyes wide and held their breath. Their hearts were beating several times faster than usual. Shocking, it was really too shocking. This unknown disciple of the Traversing Sword sect could actually fight with Gu Yaoyang, one of the top 10 new stars, to such an extent. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. It was really too shocking. Who was this person? What was his identity in the Traversing Sword sect? Gu Yaoyang was just as surprised as the others. Where did this person come from? Why was he so strong? Also, his cultivation was not as good as his. Did this mean that his talent was above his? Highly concentrated, the Traversing Sword technique's 17th move was not reserve. Kill, kill, kill. Gu Yaoyang was an extremely strong opponent, and he was one of the top 10 new stars. This made Chen Zong feel like his blood was about to boil. Defeating the opponent, defeating such a strong opponent, would bring him great achievements. The stronger the willpower, the more condensed the power of the sword technique. His Traversing Sword technique surged through his body, as if it was trying to reach a higher level. When practicing the Traversing Sword technique, Chen Zong would often first comprehend its mysteries and then practice it. The effect was usually better. Now, Chen Zong had comprehended the Traversing Sword technique to the 20th level, which meant that he did not need to comprehend it anymore. He could practice it directly until he reached the 20th level, and then comprehend the 21st level. In fact, when Chen Zong obtained the Golden Jade Bone technique and returned to the Black Bamboo residence in the Traversing Sword sect to practice, he coincidentally made a breakthrough in the Traversing Sword technique and reached the 17th level. It had been almost a month since then. Fight, fight, fight. His true power surged again and again, becoming more and more tyrannical, as if it was about to break out of his body. Suddenly, the Traversing Sword technique's circulation path changed slightly, but it was this change that suddenly increased the purity of the Traversing Sword technique. The 18th level of the Traversing Sword technique. Following that, his true power became more and more vigorous. Middle stage of the 4th level of the genuine martial realm. With the purification of the Traversing Sword technique, its power became more and more powerful. Chen Zong's strength also increased. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, as if the sword was about to break open. Immediately, Chen Zong's two swords attacked. This time, the power of the sword technique seemed to have increased by quite a bit. It was faster and stronger. Even fiercer. The 18th move of the Traversing Sword technique. Chapter 403. Begging for another monthly vote. The sword light was as bright as the silver sky. Sharp, as if it could pierce through anything hard. Domineering, as if it could suppress all resistance. Violent, as if it could destroy all resistance. Fast, unparalleled. Strong, unparalleled. This sword, unparalleled, invincible. The bright silver light filled Gu Yaoyang's eyes and continued to enlarge. In the end, it took over the world in front of him. That kind of arrogance made Gu Yaoyang's heart tremble uncontrollably. Using his ultimate move, the Sun Millstone's defense was torn apart in an instant. The sword light didn't dissipate and continued to attack. It was unstoppable. Gu Yaoyang felt as if he had been split into 4 pieces. He was in extreme pain and flew backwards. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Gu Yaoyang's mind was in a mess. He was actually forced back and was even injured. Unbelievable. Ever since he stepped onto the path of a warrior, he had never been defeated by someone whose cultivation was lower than his. Even if they were of the same cultivation, they would at most be on par with him. Stunned, Gu Yaoyang was stunned. He flew backwards and couldn't react for a while. The silver sword light attacked again. The killing intent was like ice and snow, causing Gu Yaoyang to tremble and wake up. He wants to kill me. Just as this thought appeared, a chill spread throughout his body. He couldn't help but shiver. Gu Yaoyang didn't want to die. His talent and background both meant that he could climb to a higher peak. He couldn't die here. True sun bloodlight escape. With a shout, Gu Yaoyang's palm hit his chest. With a groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was like gold paper. After the blood was spat out, it didn't fall. Instead, it exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then, it wrapped around Gu Yaoyang's body and made a sizzling sound as if it was ignited by fire. With a boom, Gu Yaoyang, who had not yet landed, turned into a blood-red ray of light and exploded with a shocking force. The air behind him seemed to have been ignited, creating a shocking explosion that blasted out in all directions. The ground below was also blasted open, creating a crater that was a few meters long. Fast, incomparably fast. It was several times faster than Gu Yaoyang's own speed. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red light had already shot forward several thousand meters. The air in front of him was compressed into a wave of air that surged to the left and right. The wind whistled, and the cyclone rotated, bringing up dust. The center of the air wave was like a vacuum zone. Gone, Gu Yaoyang of the 10 Rising Stars was defeated. The spectators were all dumbfounded, unable to react for a moment. They were in a mess in the wind. From the moment Gu Yaoyang hit his chest and spat out his blood to the moment he turned into a streak of bloody light and fled, the whole process took less than a blink of an eye. It was too fast. Chen Zong's 2 swords missed, but his reaction was very fast. He directly performed the sweeping in all directions body movement and quickly flew forward. In the battle just now, Gu Yaoyang was merciless and had a strong killing intent. Since Chen Zong had injured him and gained the upper hand, he would not allow his opponent to escape. As for the true Yang sect's reaction after killing Gu Yaoyang, that was another matter. However, after using the true Yang bloodlight escape technique, Gu Yaoyang's speed was too fast. He was at least 2 to 3 times faster than Chen Zong, who was using the sweeping in all directions body movement. The distance between the two grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, Chen Zong could not see Gu Yaoyang anymore. He could only chase after him by following the aura left behind by his opponent. That kind of secret technique was destined to not last for long. Once it ended, Gu Yaoyang's injuries would be even worse. At that time, he would not be able to escape. A sharp sound broke through the air. From afar, Chen Zong saw a streak of light shoot into the sky and then explode. The red light was as dazzling as a flame, emitting an aura of extreme yang. That's Chen Zong's pupils shrank, true Yang sect's signal flare. Without a doubt, that was the signal flare released by Gu Yaoyang. The purpose was to call for help and let the true Yang sect disciples who saw it come to help. Let's go. Making a quick decision, Chen Zong gave up the chase and changed his direction. If he continued to chase, he might be able to catch up to Gu Yaoyang. However, he did not know how long it would take. After all, Gu Yaoyang was too fast. He was already far ahead. It would not be good if he encountered other powerful true Yang sect disciples when he caught up. It was a bit of a pity that he had missed a chance to kill Gu Yaoyang. However, it was better to be careful in order to not fail miserably. You even dared to kill my people. Riding on the golden scale beast, Long Xiaojun looked at Long Zhangji's corpse not far away. His expression became even calmer. However, a shocking killing intent spread out from his body. This kind of killing intent was extremely cold, as if it could freeze everything. Vice Mansion Master, I've inquired clearly. A skinny young man in soft armor quickly walked over and bowed respectfully as he spoke. Speak. Long Xiaojun's tone was calm, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Long Zhangji was defeated by Chen Zong. He swore to kill Chen Zong but was killed instead. Gu Yaoyang, one of the 10 rising stars, fought with Chen Zong. In the end, he was defeated by Chen Zong and had to use a secret technique to escape. However, Chen Zong chased after him. The skinny young man said concisely, "In this battle, Gu Yaoyang showed that he was at the early stage of LV5 true martial realm. However, Chen Zong was at the early stage of LV4 true martial realm. During the battle, he broke through to the middle stage of LV4 true martial realm and defeated Gu Yaoyang with one strike. Early stage of LV4 true martial realm. Middle stage of LV4 true martial realm." Long Xiaojuan's expression changed slightly, and his eyes became colder. He didn't know Chen Zong's cultivation before. Now that he knew, he wasn't surprised. What really surprised him was that Chen Zong's cultivation was one level lower than Gu Yaoyang's, but he was able to tie with him. In the end, he broke through a small level and defeated Gu Yaoyang. No wonder he is the sword son of this generation. His talent is enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the 5 chosen ones, Long Xiaojun thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Jealousy burned like fire. He boasted that he had a chance to become a chosen one in 3 years, but in fact, he wasn't very sure. At most, he only had a 50% chance. However, with Chen Zong's talent, as long as there were no accidents, there was at least an 80% chance that he would become a chosen one in the future. Long Xiaojun couldn't accept that someone who was weaker than him now had a greater chance of becoming a chosen one. Especially when he wanted to recruit Chen Zong as his subordinate. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. It was full of killing intent. "Go after him," Long Xiaojun said softly. "Yes," his subordinates responded immediately. They followed the scent left by Chen Zong. Including Long Xiaojun, there were 8 people in total. Each of them was at least at LV6 of the genuine martial realm. After Long Xiaojun and the others were far away, the crowd finally dared to speak. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been too oppressive. First, it was Long Xiaojuan's identity. Second, it was Long Xiaojuan's strength. "It's over. That guy is done for. Yeah, he's doomed this time. The Vice Mansion Master is after him. There's no way he can survive. Did you hear that guy's name?" Long Xiaojun and the others didn't try to hide it when they were talking. They also mentioned Chen Zong a few times. "I think he's called Chen Zong." "That's right. He's called Chen Zong." "Chen Zong. That's a strange name." "No, I've heard this name before." Suddenly, a person's eyes flashed. He said with a flaunting tone, "This guy is undoubtedly a disciple of the Zongjing sword sect. His name is Chen Zong. He's the current sword son of the Zongjing sword sect." "What? He's the sword son of the Zongjing sword sect?" "The new sword son after the cold rains sword Lin Yue and the subtle fragrance sword Zhua Shan Mei. So he's the current sword son of the Zongjing sword sect. No wonder he's so powerful. He even defeated Gu Yaoyang." "Since he defeated Gu Yaoyang, doesn't that mean he's replacing Gu Yaoyang as one of the 10 rising stars?" "That's right. Chen Zong defeated Gu Yaoyang. He's going to replace Gu Yaoyang as one of the 10 rising stars. Let's quickly spread the news to the Tianqi Tower." One of the men, who looked very smart, thought to himself. He quickly sped up and headed towards the Tianjiang city. The Tianqi Tower was an organization that specialized in buying and selling information. It had a branch in the Tianjiang city. The battle between Chen Zong and Gu Yaoyang had just happened. One of them was the current sword son of the Zongjing sword sect, while the other was the son of the leader of the Xinjiang sect, the younger brother of Gu Jiang, one of the 5 heavens favorites and one of the 10 rising stars. Most importantly, the sword son of the Zongjing sword sect had defeated Gu Yaoyang with a lower cultivation. This was enough to shock the world. With this kind of news, the Tianqi Tower would definitely give him a good price. Quick, he had to be quick. He didn't want anyone else to react and steal this business. After a period of time, Chen Zong didn't execute the sweeping all directions movement technique to hasten his journey and instead switched to riding the wind and treading on water. Although his speed was slightly slower than sweeping all directions, the consumption of strength was reduced to the lowest. With Chen Zong's current body refinement cultivation and qi refinement cultivation, it was sufficient to maintain the balance between consumption and recovery, allowing his strength to be at its peak state at all times. Killing Long Zhangji was tantamount to offending Long Xiaojun. In the future, he probably couldn't go to the Tianjiang city anymore. In that case, where should he go next in order to better improve himself? The blood-red light streaked across the sky and then fell, smashing a hole in the ground. When the blood-red light dissipated, an extremely wretched figure was lying in the hole. His face was like a sheet of gold, and his aura was weak. A strong sense of dizziness spread, but Gu Yaoyang had to endure it. As a super genius, his will was much stronger than that of ordinary warriors. He took out a healing elixir from his mustard seed bag and took it. Then, he used his cultivation method to help him heal. Two figures came from afar at an amazing speed. They emitted a strong qi, which was as high as the LV7 true martial realm. They stopped at the edge of the hole. Senior Brother Lin. Junior Brother Yang. These two were both disciples of the Xinjiang sect. They both saw the person at the bottom of the hole, and their faces changed. Junior Brother Gu. Their voices were full of concern. Senior brothers, take me back to the sect. Gu Yaoyang's voice was still very weak. The heart's blood was the essence of blood. The essence of blood couldn't be used easily. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Just like now, he was very weak and couldn't summon much energy. He needed a long time to recover. Chapter 404. Gu Yaoyang, one of the 10 new stars, has been defeated. Chen Zong, the current sword son of the unrivaled sword sect. The one who defeated Gu Yaoyang is the current sword son of the unrivaled sword sect. News spread from the Tianqi Tower. First, it spread throughout Tianjiang City. Then, with Tianjiang City as the center, it spread out at an extremely fast speed. As the economic and political center of Tianjiang Prefecture, there were naturally spies from other sects hiding in Tianjiang City. Once there was any important news, they could send it back to their respective sects as quickly as possible so that they could react in time. Almost immediately after the Tianqi Tower sent out the news, the 4 sect received it. Then, other sects outside Tianjiang City received the news as well. Hearing the news, all sects had different reactions. In the unrivaled sword sect, the sword son's way of doing things is really unexpected. The second elder laughed. He defeated Gu Yaoyang and became one of the 10 new stars. 3 of our sword sect are also on the list. The 4th elder was full of smiles. This had some effect on the reputation of the unrivaled sword sect. He defeated Gu Yaoyang. Wang Xianyang looked serious after hearing the news. Among the 10 new stars, cultivation and strength were not the same. Now, Jiang Wanlu of the Heavenly Water sect had the highest cultivation and strength. It was said that he was ready to enter the 3rd-tier genius camp. Next were Wang Xianyang and Gu Yaoyang, while Qiu Chongzi and the others were slightly inferior. Of course, this did not mean that there was an obvious difference in talent among the 10 new stars. Their cultivation and strength were just brought about by the time they reached the genuine martial realm. Wang Xuanyang's cultivation broke through to the early stage of LV5 genuine martial realm as he wished, which was within his expectations. However, Chen Zong's defeat of Gu Yaoyang was beyond his expectation. Being able to defeat Gu Yaoyang meant that Chen Zong's strength was not inferior to his, or even stronger. I won't let you surpass me. Wang Xianyang clenched his teeth and continued to practice hard. After hearing the news, Qiu Chongzi was stunned at first, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. The pressure in his heart increased sharply. He felt that he would be surpassed sooner or later, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. Within the Heavenly Water Sect, he has just become the sword master of the Zongjing sword sect, but he was able to defeat Gu Yaoyang. He might be another Lin Yuye. The third elder of the Tianshui sect had a cold look in his eyes. A ruthless look flashed across the second elder's chubby face. He still remembered clearly how he had defeated his disciple. Find an opportunity, and have our disciples ruthlessly defeat him. The great elder spoke in a light tone. Defeating a person would be a huge blow. In serious cases, it might even affect one's future cultivation. In the True Sun sect, the sect master looked displeased. After all, the one who had been defeated was his son. Sect master, should we let them? The third elder didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. No need. Let Yaoyang handle this matter personally, True Yang sect master said loftily. Defeat him with your own hands. Otherwise, you're not qualified to be my younger brother. A young man in a fiery red robe with golden flame patterns on it spoke. His body was as domineering as the sun, radiating light and heat constantly. He wore a golden red feather crown on his head like a sun crown. His eyes seemed to contain two blazing suns. Gu Yaoyang didn't dare to look him in the eye, or else he would feel like submitting to him. He was one of the 5 great geniuses, Zhengyangzi Gu Jiang. Big brother, don't worry. I'll definitely avenge you. Gu Yaoyang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. A figure flashed across his mind, and his hatred surged like a tide. Aome Villa. It wasn't winter yet, so the plum blossoms hadn't bloomed. However, the branches had a unique flavor. A snow-white blade light cut across the sky, covering 1,000 meters in an instant. It disappeared in a flash. One after another, it was endless. It turned into a waterfall of snow-white blade light that surged forward. Then, the countless blade lights condensed into a huge snow-white blade light that was 10 meters long. It tore the ground apart and split the rocks in front of it like cutting tofu. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, covered with frost. Chernzong. This person looked ordinary, but his eyes were extremely sharp, like a cold blade that could cut everything in front of him. Yang Shiqi, one of the top 10 stars, was at the 4th LV of the genuine force. My saber will not be lonely. His sharp and cold eyes fell on the bright and long saber. Like a reflection in a mirror, his gaze became gentle. His fingers gently brushed it, as if he was caressing the fair and smooth skin of his lover, extremely gentle. Chernzong, who had become the topic of discussion among many forces and geniuses, was in a bad situation. Long Xiaojun had many capable people under his command. They followed Chernzong's scent and tracks accurately and approached him. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me. Long Xiaojun rode on the back of the golden scale beast and looked down at Chernzong, who was hundreds of meters away. His expression was indifferent, and his tone was indifferent. Chernzong didn't answer. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings. There was no doubt that Long Xiaojun was the strongest among the 8 people. There were also 2 warriors at the 7th LV of the genuine force. The other 5 were at the 6th LV, and the weakest was at the early stage of the 6th LV. No matter who they were, Chernzong had to be careful. Take him down. Impatience flashed in Long Xiaojun's eyes, but his voice was even calmer. However, that calmness was like an ancient ice that could freeze one to the bone. His words were like a military order. The 7 of them immediately unleashed their techniques, like flowing lights or swift shadows, rushing towards Chernzong from all directions. They all made their moves, different types of true power surging, either heavy or ferocious, or like water bringing along a binding qi. All of them landed on Chernzong's body, causing the pressure to increase. Chernzong also moved. He moved in all directions and shot toward Long Xiaojun like a sword. "You're overestimating yourself," Long Xiaojun sneered. He didn't move, waiting for Chen Zong to come closer before he attacked. With his strength, as long as he attacked, Chen Zong would be doomed. No matter how talented he was, it would be useless. Suddenly, Chen Zong's body changed in midair. He suddenly turned back and rushed to the other side. "Oh, this kind of trick!" Long Xiaojun was slightly startled. His sneer became even more obvious. How dare he show off his leftover tricks? Creating a diversion, Chen Zong's speed suddenly increased. He rushed toward the weakest warrior at the early stage of the 6th LV of the genuine force. This was the breakthrough point. "You're courting death." The warrior at the early stage of the 6th LV of the genuine force smiled ferociously. His true force gathered in his palm, and there seemed to be lightning arcs jumping around. It was very dazzling. Immediately, he pushed his palm forward fiercely, as if it was branded in the air. He wanted to smash Chen Zong into pieces. This was an all-out attack from a warrior at the early stage of the 6th LV of the genuine force. The opponent didn't believe that Chen Zong could take it unscathed. The distance between the two sides quickly shortened. When there were less than 10 meters between them, two silver sword lights suddenly tore through the sky. It was extremely dazzling. Long Xiaojun's heart couldn't help but thump. An ominous premonition just appeared. He saw the silver sword light cut through the lightning. Then, with extreme sharpness and overbearingness, it shot out like a sword of heaven's might. It crossed paths with the warrior at the early stage of the 6th LV of the genuine force and flew away quickly without looking back. The warrior at the early stage of the 6th LV of the genuine force was like a bird shot by an arrow. His body trembled and fell down. His heart was instantly pierced through by Chen Zong's sword. He was completely dead. Chase, kill without mercy. The veins on Long Xiaojun's forehead bulged. He was extremely furious. For a moment, his face was as ferocious as a ghost, and his killing intent was like a tsunami. Chen Zong dared to kill his second subordinate in front of him. Most importantly, he had mocked Chen Zong's old tricks before, but he had been ruthlessly counterattacked. The golden scale beast turned into a golden flowing light and quickly chased after Chen Zong. The other 6 subordinates were startled, but they also started to chase at full speed. In a split second, Chen Zong was hundreds of meters ahead. He sheathed his 2 swords, and the fierce dragon bow appeared in his hands. He knocked a water-splitting arrow. Chen Zong's body was still in the air, but he quickly turned around. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He locked onto one of them and loosened his fingers. With a bang, the bowstring vibrated, and an amazing force burst out. The water-splitting arrow shot out like an aurora. The arrow's speed was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed hundreds of meters. This arrow was imbued with tyrannical and pure true force, which made it even more powerful and faster. No one had expected Chen Zong to master such exquisite archery skills in addition to being proficient in swordsmanship. The person who was locked on felt his blood run cold. A chill ran through his spine and his whole body was numb. His true force surged, and he punched out. The fist's strength broke through the air and scattered the true force on the arrow. His body was also scattered, but there was still one arrow left. He barely dodged, but he still couldn't completely avoid it. His neck was torn in half, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The man quickly used his true force to seal the wound. He stopped and landed on the ground. He took out a medicinal pill, crushed it, and sprinkled it on the wound on his neck. He used his true force to dissolve it and stop the spurting blood. In such a short time, he had spurted out more than half of his blood. His face was as pale as paper, and his whole body was weak. He had to sit on the ground and take the medicinal pill. The bleeding had stopped, but the wound was too horrible. Fortunately, he had avoided some of it. Otherwise, his throat would have been pierced, and he would have died. However, it was impossible to recover from such an injury without 10 or 20 days. His face was full of shock, and his heart was even more terrified. He had never thought that chasing a LV4 genuine martial realm martial artist would result in such a thing. Long Xiaojuan's face became more and more unsightly. The other 5 people also had fear in their eyes. They slowed down a little, for fear of being shot by Chen Zong. Chase! Long Xiaojuan's eyes were full of murderous intent, and his voice was like the cold wind from purgatory. He had lost 3 of his men. This was unforgivable. Long Xiaojun didn't have the slightest bit of hope for Chen Zong. He only had murderous intent left. Hearing Long Xiaojuan's words, the 5 people had to speed up and raise their vigilance to the extreme. They paid attention to the bow in Chen Zong's hand. It was too scary. They could be shot if they were not careful. Chapter 405. Subscriptions down, no monthly ticket. What a dark day! With a whoosh, the sound pierced through gold and cracked stone. Everyone's expression changed drastically. A silver light seemed to come from the sky. It tore through the sky like a bolt of silver lightning, full of murderous intent. It was an arrow that had left the bowstring and pierced through the air. Everyone immediately slowed down their speed, activated their true power, took action, and shattered the arrow in the air, while Chen Zong took the opportunity to increase the distance between them. After him, he doesn't have many arrows left. When he runs out of arrows, he'll die. Chen Zong's speed was comparable to that of the LV6 genuine martial realm martial artist. However, compared to the LV7 genuine martial realm martial artists, there was a clear gap. It was the arrows that made up for the gap. After all, Chen Zong's archery skills were extremely high at high speed. His arrows came and went like a ghost. They had to be careful or they might get hurt. It would be a disgrace if a LV4 genuine martial realm martial artist got hurt while chasing after him. Chen Zong moved forward at full speed while looking for a way out. He didn't have many arrows left. If he ran out of arrows, he would be caught sooner or later. He flipped his palm and a silver egg-sized ball appeared. There were sword-shaped patterns on the ball. He poured his true force into it and threw it into the air. It turned into a silver sword light and pierced through the air. There was also a sharp sound. Oh no! It's the signal flare from the Zongjing sword sect. Long Xiaojuan's face darkened. If people from the Zongjing sword sect saw the signal flare and rushed over, it wouldn't matter if they were strong or weak. It would make things worse. Chen Zong wasn't sure if people from the Zongjing sword sect would see the signal flare. He could only try his luck and find a way out. The Zongjing true force ran through his body and quickly recovered. However, at full speed, the recovery speed couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. Chen Zong had a total of 12 arrows. 3 of them were water-splitting arrows and 9 of them were ordinary divine metal arrows. Now, he had used 1 of the water-splitting arrows and 4 of the ordinary arrows. The 5th ordinary arrow was knocked and shot out. It made a sharp sound as it pierced through the air, but it was still shattered. Those people had already come up with a plan to make it difficult for Chen Zong's arrows to kill anyone else. With a flick of his fingers, 3 arrows were shot out consecutively, but they were all shattered. The 4th arrow followed right after. This was the water-splitting arrow. It was faster, stronger, and sturdier. Furthermore, it was covered with a large amount of true power, layer after layer of protection. Layer after layer of true force was shattered, and so was the water-splitting arrow. However, there was still 1 arrow left. It pierced through the forehead of a martial artist in the middle stage of the 6th level of the true martial realm, killing him instantly. Dumbfounded. Long Xiaojun and the others were dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, another one was shot dead. Furious, extremely furious, Long Xiaojun roared like a dragon and jumped off the back of the golden scale beast. His body flew out like a dragon. His speed was even faster than the golden scale beast's full speed. Chernzong felt a strong sense of danger. He turned around and saw that Long Xiaojun had abandoned the golden scale beast and was chasing after him. His speed was obviously faster than the other two LV7 martial artists. His scalp tingled. Chernzong had to take out another arrow and shoot at Long Xiaojun. The last ordinary arrow pierced through the air. Child's play, Long Xiaojun sneered. He pointed his finger in the air and the arrow shattered. Chernzong's heart skipped a beat. Strong. Long Xiaojun was indeed a genius of the second group. His strength was not something he could compare with. Only the last water-splitting arrow was left. Chernzong turned around and retreated quickly. He pulled the string of the arrow to the max and locked his sharp eyes on Long Xiaojun. Suddenly, Long Xiaojun felt threatened. He did not like this feeling. His eyes were as cold as ice. If he did not shoot the arrow, it would not be powerful enough. He would be caught. If he shot the arrow would be gone. It was a dilemma. Chernzong did not hesitate. His true power surged and wrapped around the water-splitting arrow layer by layer, spinning it in a spiral. Let go. Shoot. The water-splitting arrow spun at high speed like a drill. Its speed increased by 30%. The sharp whistling sound made Long Xiaojun's pupils shrink. His true power covered his palm. He reached out and grabbed the arrow. The arrow fell into Long Xiaojun's hand. However, the powerful force tried to break free from Long Xiaojun's hand. Long Xiaojun was stronger. His true power surged and there seemed to be a dragon's roar. It emitted a shocking aura. With a crack, the water-splitting arrow was broken. The power covering it was also dispersed. With a flick of his wrist, the broken arrow shot toward Chernzong. Chernzong quickly retreated, causing the two arrows to miss. However, his heart sank. He knew about Long Xiaojun's cultivation and the geniuses of the second group, but he didn't know how strong Long Xiaojun was. He had no idea. Now, Chernzong finally knew something. Strong, very strong. Even if he used all his strength and used his secret technique, he would not be Long Xiaojun's opponent. The gap was too big. Do I have to use the Red Thunder Sword? Chernzong thought. A transcendent realm sword chi was extremely powerful. No matter how strong Long Xiaojun was, he would not be able to resist it. However, that was his last resort. To be honest, Chernzong did not want to use the Red Thunder Sword below the Transcendent Realm. Die! Young Master Long quickly closed the distance between the two of them. He then pointed out with his finger. True power surged, condensing at the tip of his finger. A golden ray of light dazzled the eyes, xiao, like a meteor breaking through the sky, piercing through the sky, instantly arriving. Chernzong felt a chill run down his spine. His body was as light and agile as a feather at the critical moment. The finger light penetrated his afterimage. In an instant, the distance of 100 meters was shortened again. Although his finger attack missed, Long Xiaojun's expression remained unchanged. He opened his palm and pressed towards the air in front of him. The air under his palm condensed and the sound of a tsunami rang out, as if the void was collapsing. A terrifying and overbearing force slammed towards Chernzong's back. Even if there was a small mountain in front of him, it would be torn apart by this palm, let alone a human. Chernzong once again used the floating swan movement technique to dodge, but the air around him was directly hit, forming an invisible palm print that collapsed. It was a shocking sight. Chase attack. Again and again, the distance between them got closer and closer, and the pressure became greater and greater. Long Xiaojun attacked again, punching the air. He was now less than 10 meters away from Chernzong. The golden fist contained an overbearing power, as if it could shatter the earth. It was too close, and its range was too large. The imposing aura was like a mountain pressing down on him from all directions, seriously interfering with his movement skill. In an instant, Chernzong determined that even if he used his movement skill with all his strength, he would not be able to avoid this punch. Since he could not avoid it, he could only take it head-on. He quickly turned around and activated his true power. He unsheathed his two swords and slashed through the air. The extremely bright silver cross sword light was sharp and overbearing. It carried Chen Zong's entire strength and attacked the golden fist. Clash! As soon as they made contact, Chen Zong felt a fierce and overbearing force rushing towards him. It went through the two swords and into his body, trying to destroy all his bones and organs. Fortunately, Chen Zong had mastered the second level of the mysterious Jade Golden Bone technique. Under the activation of his mysterious Jade Body and Diamond Bone, his defense was greatly enhanced. Combined with his true power and the power of the pseudo-spiritual armor, he was able to resist Long Xiaojuan's punch. Borrowing the force, he activated his flying 8 directions movement skill to the extreme and retreated at an even faster speed. He was thousands of meters away in an instant. 2 bright silver sword lights slashed through the air, but they were shattered by Long Xiaojuan's punch. "You blocked my punch!" Long Xiaojun was secretly surprised. His murderous intent grew stronger. However, Chen Zong was not in a good state. Long Xiaojuan's punch was very powerful. The power contained in it was unparalleled. Most of it was offset by his own strength, but a small part of it still invaded his body. Fortunately, Chen Zong's body was strong enough. Otherwise, if it were someone else, their organs, bones, and muscles would have been destroyed. In this crisis, Chen Zong's flying 8 directions movement skill made another breakthrough. He covered 3,000 meters in one breath, and his speed was even faster. "You can't escape." Long Xiaojun growled and chased closely. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. Even if Chen Zong made a breakthrough, he was still not faster than Long Xiaojun. As for the others, the 2 LV7 genuine martial realm martial artists were faster than Chen Zong, but they were not as fast as Long Xiaojun. Long Xiaojun had already surpassed them. Chen Zong took out an elixir to speed up the recovery of his true power. He turned around and slashed out dozens of silver sword chi with his 2 swords. They were like crescent moons in the sky. They all flew towards Long Xiaojun, hoping to delay him for a while. The longer he delayed, the better it would be for him. However, Long Xiaojun was a little anxious. Chen Zong had already released the signal flare of the Zhonghu sword sect. There was no guarantee that the disciples of the Zhonghu sword sect would not come after seeing it. If that was the case, the longer he delayed, the worse it would be for him. Once the situation got out of hand and caused more trouble, it would be out of his control. He hated that feeling. Therefore, he had to catch up with Chen Zong and kill him to prevent future troubles. Even if the people of the Zhonghu sword sect found out that he killed Chen Zong, they would not be able to do anything. After all, the situation had not gotten out of hand yet. He was the young master of the Zhonghu sword sect, and he had the royal blood flowing in his veins. Chase, chase, chase. The dozens of sword chi were all shattered by Long Xiaojun. Although Long Xiaojuan's speed was slightly affected, the distance between them was still getting shorter. 1,000 meters. 500 meters. 300 meters. The pressure on his back was getting stronger and stronger. Chen Zong's face was as cold as iron. His eyes were like water in an ancient well, without any ripples. However, if one looked closely, there was a trace of coldness hidden in the depths of his eyes. It was a killing intent, an extreme killing intent. If there was a chance, Chen Zong would not hesitate to kill Long Xiaojun. 200 meters. 100 meters. Long Xiaojun attacked again. His finger shot through the air, followed by palm prints and fist light. The air exploded and the void trembled. The air seemed to have turned into a sea with the momentum of a tsunami. The roar resounded through the sky. The earth cracked and the dust rolled like a python. With nowhere to run, Chen Zong had no choice but to turn around and meet force with force again. However, this time, Long Xiaojuan's attack contained a suction force. Chen Zong's body that was about to leap forward slightly paused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the distance between Long Xiaojun and Chen Zong was shortened again. 30 meters. Chapter 406. The Longtu dynasty and the Cloud Dragon dynasty had one thing in common, and that was the dragon as the core. Whether it was cultivation techniques or martial arts, they were all related to the dragon. In the Longtu dynasty, the heaven-level martial arts were often named Sky Dragon. Long Xiaojun, as the young housemaster, had the direct bloodline of the Longtu imperial family. Naturally, he cultivated the Longtu imperial family's martial arts. The heaven-level martial arts of the Longtu dynasty were collectively known as the Sky Dragon martial art. It included the 7 types of fist, palm, finger, claw, leg, saber, and sword. Long Xiaojun's talent was outstanding. He mainly cultivated the Sky Dragon claw art and the fist, palm, and finger. He had been using the fist, palm, and finger because he had been holding back. But now that he was using the claw art, it meant that he was going all out. Sky Dragon Claw. The claw rapidly enlarged in the air. It was dazzling with golden light. It directly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and became bigger than a person. It clawed at Chen Zong. Chen Zong immediately had a feeling that he couldn't resist, couldn't struggle, and couldn't dodge. It was as if he could only stand there and let the claw grab him. This feeling was the mystery of the Sky Dragon Claw. Chen Zong couldn't let himself be slaughtered. His true power surged, and his willpower soared to the sky. The 2 swords pierced through the air, and 2 resplendent sword lights tore the sky apart. The sword light shattered, and the golden Sky Dragon Claw descended. An extremely terrifying force came crashing down, and Chen Zong was sent flying. He felt his bones and muscles become weak from the extremely domineering force, and he fell to the ground. Dust flew, and Chen Zong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. His internal organs were damaged, and his bones and muscles were torn apart. He was seriously injured. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 2nd layer of the Golden Jade Bone technique. Otherwise, if he had only cultivated the 1st layer, this attack would have killed him. He's not dead yet. Long Xiaojun was very surprised. He had used 70% of his strength in that attack. Even an ordinary LV-7 true martial realm martial artist would have died without a doubt. Even if the opponent had a pseudo-spiritual weapon, he shouldn't have been able to resist. This made Long Xiaojun even more fearful. He didn't know that Chen Zong had a high level of body-refining cultivation and had mastered the 2nd level of the Mystic Jade Golden Bone technique. When activated, his defensive power was greatly increased, and his life-saving ability was even stronger. However, there was a limit. If Long Xiaojun had used his full strength, Chen Zong would not have been able to withstand it. The injury was so severe that Chen Zong struggled to open his eyes. He felt as if his whole body was being torn apart. Even the movement of raising his arm was extremely difficult, accompanied by bursts of tearing pain that penetrated into his bones and soul. He was seriously injured, and it was an unprecedented injury. Fortunately, Chen Zong's self-healing ability was strong. A stream of vitality grew in the deepest part of his body, alleviating his injuries and allowing him to recover quickly. However, his injuries were too severe, and it was not that easy to recover. The only thing I can do now is to use the Red Thunder Sword, Chen Zong thought to himself. The Red Thunder Sword was stored in the virtual ring. With a thought, it would appear in his hand. Then, he could release the transcendent level sword Qi sealed within and kill Long Xiaojun. However, the time was not yet right, because Long Xiaojun was not alone. After killing Long Xiaojun, he would lose all his cards. When Long Xiaojun's subordinates arrived, only death would await him. Therefore, he had to wait. Once those people arrived, he would use the transcendent level sword Qi to kill them all. However, Long Xiaojun did not give Chen Zong this opportunity. Originally, he was considering whether or not to capture Chen Zong and force him to give him some benefits. Perhaps he could train him to be his lackey. However, he thought that if something unexpected happened, it would be great trouble. It was better to kill him. I'll use my full strength to send you on your way. Long Xiaojuan's expression returned to normal. He raised a finger, and the overbearing heavenly dragon true force gathered on his finger, emitting a dazzling golden light. A faint dragon roar could be heard. This finger was called Heavenly Dragon Finger. Long Xiaojun did not hold back. He used all of his power. This kind of power was enough to kill an ordinary LV8 genuine martial realm martial artist on the spot. Chen Zong would definitely die if he was hit by this finger. It seemed that he had to use the red thunder sword. Long Xiaojun, you're digging your own grave. The voice was as cold as ice, piercing through the air with extreme sharpness. Long Xiaojuan's expression suddenly changed. His finger trembled, and a beam of golden light instantly shot out. At the same time, a snow-white sword light pierced through the air at an even faster speed. The air seemed to be frozen, and frost filled the air. There seemed to be a faint fragrance floating in the air. The golden light was fast, but it was intercepted and shattered by the snow-white sword light. Chen Zong let out a sigh of relief. The red thunder sword was already in his hand, and he was about to release the transcendent level sword qi. As the golden light was shattered, Chen Zong temporarily gave up on using the power of the red thunder sword. A figure flashed in front of him. A snow-white, graceful figure appeared, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Zuoshanmei, this has nothing to do with you. Long Xiaojuan's expression was extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with fear. If there was anyone in the second-tier group that Long Xiaojun feared, Zuoshanmei was one of them. He was not confident that he could defeat her, and he could not even activate his bloodline power. Chen Zong is my junior brother, and also the sword's son of the reigning sword sect. Zuoshanmei's eyes looked like they were carved out of ice. The coldness penetrated Long Xiaojuan's eyes. It was different from the coldness Long Xiaojun had when he wanted to kill someone. Long Xiaojun couldn't help but shiver. Knowing that it was Zuoshanmei, Chen Zong let out a sigh of relief again. This senior sister was in the second-tier group. She was one of the top geniuses. Only a genius from the Tianshui sect could compare to her. As for Long Xiaojun, he was slightly weaker. At this moment, Long Xiaojuan's two subordinates, who were at LV7 genuine martial realm, caught up. They immediately surrounded Zuoshanmei and locked their auras on her. However, Zuoshanmei's expression was cold. She stared at Long Xiaojun and treated the other two like air. She did not care about ordinary LV7 genuine martial realm martial artists. Only those who were at least at LV8 genuine martial realm were worthy of her attention. However, these two people were not angry at all because they also recognized Zuoshanmei's identity. The fragrance sword, Zuoshanmei, was a genius from the second-tier group of Tianjiang Prefecture. It was said that even their master, Long Xiaojun, was not as good as her. Her snow-white sword was not stained by even a speck of dust. It was said that when she killed someone, it would not be stained by blood. The person she killed would also leave a faint fragrance. With Zuoshanmei's arrival, Chen Zong could take out pills to speed up his recovery. Soon, he stood up. Zuoshanmei, do you really want to go against me? Seeing Chen Zong stand up, Long Xiaojuan's eyelids twitched. He knew that if he did not kill Chen Zong this time, there would be endless trouble in the future. He took a deep breath and said, Zuoshanmei, I only need to keep you busy. My two subordinates are enough to kill Chen Zong. You can try. Zuoshanmei's expression was still cold. Her words were sharp and suffocating. Zuoshanmei, I admit that you are stronger than me now. However, you don't dare to attack me because I can stop you. Long Xiaojun spoke again. You can try. Zuoshanmei's answer was exactly the same, but the sharpness in her words made Long Xiaojun feel suffocated. A trace of qi spread out from Zuoshanmei's graceful body. It was like an invisible ice sword chi surging in all directions. It immediately made Long Xiaojun tremble. Peak of LV7 genuine martial realm. Long Xiaojun lost his voice. Zuoshanmei's cultivation had increased. Even if she could not defeat him in one go, he would be in trouble if she insisted on it. Long Xiaojun's expression kept changing. His eyes flickered as he struggled internally. On the other hand, Chernzong was recovering quickly. Chernzong, remember this. I will not let you off after killing my subordinate. Long Xiaojun clenched his teeth and said to Chernzong in the end. He was threatening him as much as he could, as if this was the only way to save some face. Then, Long Xiaojun turned around and strode away. His two subordinates looked serious. After taking a few steps back, they also left. He had sacrificed a few lives in the pursuit. However, he had failed to kill Chernzong. Long Xiaojun's anger was indescribable. He also regretted that he had underestimated Chernzong. He had not used his full strength. After all, he felt that Chernzong was a threat. However, he was only a threat because of his talent. It would take time for Chernzong to become a real threat. Moreover, he had been confident about his background and talent for a long time. Therefore, he had underestimated Chernzong a little. Long Xiaojun's subconscious underestimation of Chernzong caused him to not use his full strength when he attacked. He also felt that he could kill Chernzong without using his full strength. Unfortunately, he underestimated Chernzong. He didn't expect Chernzong's body refinement cultivation to be so high and his life-saving ability to be so strong. Now that Zuoshanmei had arrived, he had completely missed the chance to kill Chernzong. He had a trump card, but so did Zuoshanmei. Moreover, her trump card was not weaker than his. If he insisted on killing Chernzong, the consequences would be unpredictable. Long Xiaojun hated this feeling. After all, Long Xiaojun liked to control everything. He would not allow anything to go beyond his control. Thank you, Senior Sister Zua. Chernzong had recovered a little. He could basically move now. He walked to Zuoshanmei and bowed to thank her. You are the sword master of the sword sect, and also my junior brother. Zuoshanmei's eyes were cold. Her tone was not as cold as when she spoke to Long Xiaojun. No matter what, senior sister saved my life. Chernzong smiled. You are badly injured. Take this small yang elixir. Zuoshanmei was not good with words. She did not say anything else. She took out a red elixir as round as a gem from her mustard seed bag, and gave it to Chernzong. It carried a faint fragrance. Small yang elixir. Chernzong was shocked. This was a very good healing pill, and its price was not low. Senior sister, there's no need. My injuries will recover in a while. Zuoshanmei stuffed the small yang elixir into Chernzong's hand. I will protect you. Recover as soon as possible. Okay. Chernzong was speechless. However, he still took the small yang elixir. He sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his martial arts to dissolve the elixir. The elixir spread out. His displaced internal organs were healed. When they were completely healed, the rest of the elixir spread to his bones and muscles. He recovered quickly and the pain lessened. Chapter 407. Senior sister, please take him away. The minor yang rejuvenating pill was indeed a healing medicine. When its efficacy was exhausted, Chernzong's heavy injuries had recovered by 80%. The remaining 20% was nothing to worry about because with Chernzong's strong self-healing ability, it wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. He was even more grateful to Zuoshanmei and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. In terms of appearance, Zuoshanmei couldn't be considered stunning, but she was still a beauty. She gave people the feeling of a cold plum tree on a snowy mountain, aloof from the world. Her temperament was very unique. At first glance, she left a deep impression in people's hearts. There was also a faint, undetectable fragrance on her body. It was also very unique, but no one knew where it came from. Noticing Chen Zong's gaze, Swanshanmei seemed to be a little uncomfortable and moved her body slightly. "Senior sister, my injuries have recovered." Realizing that it was impolite to look at her like this, Chen Zong withdrew his gaze and said, "Good. Junior brother, do you have anything else?" Swanshanmei was very direct. "Not at the moment." Chen Zong was also puzzled, but he still answered, "Come with me to the Spirit Medicine Valley." Swanshanmei said, "There are a lot of precious herbs in the Spirit Medicine Valley. If you are lucky, you can find some that are useful for your cultivation and improve your strength." Okay. Chen Zong didn't hesitate at all. It seemed that he could go anywhere as long as it was beneficial to him. Going to the Spirit Medicine Valley to find herbs was also beneficial to him. The Four Great Sect and Tianjiang Prefecture have an agreement. The conflicts between the disciples will be resolved by the disciples. If other means are used, it will be against the rules, Swanshanmei said. Chen Zong nodded. He already knew this. Not only Tianjiang Prefecture had such a rule, but the other prefectures also had such a rule. In fact, it was the rule in the entire Longtu dynasty. After all, it was normal for the younger generation to compete with each other in the same realm. However, if they crossed the boundary, it was a different story. For example, if a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator was to deal with an ordinary true martial realm cultivator, the result would be the death of the ordinary true martial realm cultivator. Actually, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that he was a genius. Every genius was valued by every force, because they were the foundation of a force's strength and rise. In the early days, there had been many practices of assassinating geniuses in order to attack a force. This had caused the entire world of martial artists to fall into chaos. Because of this, many forces had declined. Over time, this had affected the overall level of martial arts. As a result, the various major forces worked together to come up with a genius protection mechanism. It directly stipulated that no matter who it was, no one was allowed to use forces that exceeded their boundaries to deal with the geniuses of other forces. Whoever violated this rule would be condemned by the other forces. In serious cases, the other forces would even join forces to suppress the offender. Everyone abided by this protective mechanism. After a long time, the level of martial arts gradually improved. After all, geniuses were more outstanding than ordinary warriors. Ordinary warriors could only follow their predecessors, but geniuses could surpass their predecessors and push their martial arts further. In addition to the protection mechanism, the other reason was the pride in the hearts of geniuses. They would not allow themselves to deal with someone who was weaker than them. For example, Chen Zong had defeated and almost killed Gu Yaoyang, but Gu Zhiyang did not have the slightest intention to deal with Chen Zong. Because he was one of the 5 great prodigies, he had his own pride. His opponents could only be at the level of the 5 great prodigies, or even stronger. For example, Long Xiaojun would personally hunt down Chen Zong because Chen Zong had killed several of his subordinates. Otherwise, he would not have done it himself. Of course, different geniuses had different degrees of pride. Chen Zong understood that Long Xiaojun would not let him go. If there was even the slightest chance, Long Xiaojun would kill him. Similarly, Chen Zong would not let Long Xiaojun go. He would definitely take revenge for today's grievances in the future. Swanshanmei's speed was much faster than Chen Zong, but in order to take care of Chen Zong, she did not go at full speed, allowing Chen Zong to keep up. The Spirit Potion Valley was a very famous valley in Tianjiang Prefecture. It had an excellent environment and was very unique. In the early days, there were many spirit herbs, which attracted people from various forces to crazily search for them. Because of this, there were many wars, and blood flowed like rivers. It also caused a lot of damage to the Spirit Potion Valley. The consequences were very serious. The value of the Spirit Potion Valley had dropped many times. It was not even 1/10 of its original value. Now, the Spirit Potion Valley had become a training ground. The disciples of various forces, and even some rogue cultivators, would enter to search for spirit herbs. There were many precious herbs, but if they were lucky enough to find spirit herbs, they would be rich. Corresponding to cultivators, spirit herbs were above precious herbs. They were valuable to transcendence, so they were called spirit herbs. As for pseudo-spirit herbs, they corresponded to pseudo-transcendent. A dense aura filled the air, making the Spirit Potion Valley feel like it was in a dream. Taking a breath, a cool and refreshing aura spread all over the body, making one feel comfortable. The world energy here was quite rich and pure. Chernzong had already seen many true martial realm cultivators entering the valley. They all came here to try their luck. If they could find pseudo-spirit herbs, they would be rich. As for spirit herbs, they didn't dare to think about it. "Let's go, junior brother," Zhuoshanmei said. The two of them stepped into the Spirit Potion Valley. Not long after, Chernzong saw a few stalks of elixirs. Unfortunately, they were very common elixirs that were useful for early-stage gene-training realm martial artists. Zhuoshanmei directly ignored them. Chernzong also ignored them. At his current level, his vision was much broader. Some of the things that he urgently needed in the past were gradually unable to keep up with his pace. Along the way, Chernzong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Spirit Potion Valley was indeed worthy of being called the Spirit Potion Valley. Let's not talk about whether or not there were any spirit potions left. Just the amount of Spirit Potion Valley alone was not small. Although they weren't everywhere, if one had the heart, they could easily find some. However, most of them were useful for Qi refining realm cultivators. They were not useful for true martial realm cultivators. As they went deeper into the Spirit Potion Valley, Chernzong and Zhuoshanmei met more and more true martial realm cultivators. Some people saw Zhuoshanmei from afar. At first, they were startled, and then they were shocked. They didn't dare to come close. Obviously, they recognized Zhuoshanmei. Fragrance Sword Zhuoshanmei. This name was very famous in Tianjiang Prefecture. As for Chernzong, he had just become famous after defeating Gu Yaoyang. However, it was only a short time. Many people knew his name, but not many knew his face. "Shanmei, you are also here. Why didn't you tell me in advance?" A clear voice sounded. 3 people strode towards them. The one who spoke was the leader. He was wearing a cyan robe. In his left hand was a long sword with a scabbard engraved with flower patterns. There was a smile on his handsome face. His eyes fell on Zhuoshanmei's face with passion. He called her affectionately. "Call me Zhuoshanmei." Zhuoshanmei looked at him with a cold expression. The coldness in her eyes seemed to be able to freeze the air. However, the young man's expression didn't change. He was still smiling. It was obvious that he was used to it. "Shanmei, our families have been friends for generations. We are childhood sweethearts. There is no need to be so distant." The young man was still smiling. "My name is Zhuoshanmei," Zhuoshanmei said again. Her eyes became colder and colder. The young man's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He didn't look as calm as before, but he was furious on the inside. Okay. Zhuoshanmei, I will call you Zhuoshanmei." The young man smiled awkwardly. However, the anger on the inside was even stronger. He glanced at Chernzong and said, "Shanmei? Zhuoshanmei, may I know who this is?" "It's none of your business." Zhuoshanmei's answer made the young man's face freeze. Chernzong didn't say anything. It was obvious that this young man and senior sister Zhuoshanmei knew each other. Perhaps there was something between them that he couldn't interfere with. "How should I address you?" The young man looked at Chernzong. "Chernzong." Chernzong replied calmly. "Chernzong." The 3 people including the young man were surprised. "You are Chernzong, the current sword master of the Zongjing Sword School." "That's me." Chernzong's answer made the 3 people even more surprised. A trace of anger flashed in the young man's eyes. Oh, you are Zhuoshan Mei's junior brother. I am Li Mingyi, a core disciple of the Tianshui sect. Li Mingyi smiled and introduced himself. It is fate that brought us together. Why don't we work together? We heard that there is a fake spiritual medicine growing in the Spirit Potion Valley. If we work together, we will be more competitive. No need. Before Chen Zong could answer, Zhuoshan Mei had already refused. Chen Zong didn't have any objection. After all, Chen Zong didn't know what kind of person Li Mingyi was. Moreover, it was obvious that senior sister Zhuoshan Mei didn't like him. Of course, he would stand on senior sister's side. After that, Zhuoshan Mei continued walking, ignoring Li Mingyi and the other two people. Li Mingyi opened his mouth but didn't say anything. His eyes turned cold. Zhuoshan Mei's actions were undoubtedly not giving him any face. However, he couldn't defeat Zhuoshan Mei. Zhuoshan Mei was a genius in the second group. She was one of the top geniuses. She could easily reach the first group. Although Li Mingyi was also a genius, there was a big gap between them. They were both at LV7 of the true martial realm, but he couldn't get into the second group. Li Mingyi, whose cultivation had surpassed LV6 of the true martial realm, was naturally excluded from the third group. It didn't mean that one would be qualified to be a genius in a group if they reached a certain cultivation level within a certain age. It also required strength. After all, some people were good at cultivation and had a set of skills, but they weren't necessarily strong in battle. Zhuoshan Mei, one day I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg for my favor, Li Mingyi said to himself. He had been coveting Zhuoshan Mei for a long time and wanted to get close to her every time. Unfortunately, Zhuoshan Mei's attitude towards him was getting worse and worse, which made his thoughts deviate from reality. Although that guy can't be listed as a genius in a group, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. An ordinary LV7 of the true martial realm is no match for him. Zhuoshan Mei suddenly said, I'll pay attention. Chen Zong knew that Zhuoshan Mei was talking to him, so he responded. Zhuoshan Mei didn't deliberately emphasize it. Firstly, it was her personality. Secondly, she believed that with Chen Zong's talent, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Li Mingyi. Moreover, Chen Zong and Li Mingyi didn't have any conflict. Moreover, with Chen Zong's status, Li Mingyi didn't necessarily have the guts to do that. Chapter 408. A large amount of heaven and earth aura gathered from all directions. Almost all the warriors in the genuine martial realm could feel the abnormal flow of heaven and earth aura. The wind was howling, which was caused by the rapid flow of heaven and earth aura. Chen Zong and Zhuoshan Mei looked at each other. They immediately remembered what Li Mingyi had said. Pseudo-spiritual herbs. Pseudo-spiritual herbs were in the middle stage of transforming into spiritual herbs. It would take a long time. Normally, they would hide, but every once in a while they would absorb heaven and earth aura, which would cause the abnormal flow of heaven and earth aura. Chen Zong and Zhuoshan Mei didn't expect that they would be so lucky. They had just entered the Spirit Potion Valley, and they had already encountered a pseudo-spiritual herb. Let's go. Without hesitation, the two of them immediately flew towards the abnormal flow of heaven and earth aura. It seems that the pseudo-spiritual herbs have appeared. Let's go. Li Mingyi's eyes flashed and he flew away. This abnormal flow is most likely the pseudo-spiritual herbs. I didn't expect that my luck would be so good. A short-haired young man grinned. His whole body shook and his chi and blood roared like a dragon. With a boom, the ground cracked. His whole body flew across the sky like a comet. All the warriors in the genuine martial realm rushed towards the abnormal flow of heaven and earth aura. However, some of them didn't dare because they were experienced. They knew that even if they went there, they wouldn't get any benefit. If they weren't careful, they could be killed. The Spirit Potion Valley wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. However, with their speed, it wasn't a big deal. After a while, Chen Zong and Zhuoshan Mei stopped, looking ahead with bright eyes. That was the source of the abnormal flow of heaven and earth aura. With their eyes, they could see strands of heaven and earth aura gathering there. Moreover, they could feel a different aura fluctuation. It was very powerful and vast, like a long river. The two of them paused for a while, then flew away at a faster speed. It looked like an ordinary piece of land, but now it had become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's gazes were focused on a red flower on the ground, filled with a burning intent. Chunzong stared at the red flower. His expression remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with excitement. The flower was very special. It grew straight like a long chopstick. Its stem was dark green and had no leaf. At the top was a red flower. When the red flower bloomed, it was about the size of a palm. There were a total of 5 petals. In the center of the 5 petals was a bright red stamen that was as thick as a chopstick and as long as a finger. This flower was different from other flowers. Its petals were very thick and felt fleshy. Its red color was blood red. Chunzong could feel the pure yang qi and blood contained in it. Without a doubt, this was a pseudo-spirit medicine that was extremely useful for the physique. A large amount of heaven and earth spirit qi continued to flow into the flower, making it look even more vibrant. It was so red that it seemed like it would drip blood at any moment. "That's right, it's blood soul positive yang," someone nearby said in a low voice. Some people showed a look of agreement, while others showed a look of sudden realization. Blood soul positive yang. Chunzong knew that this pseudo-spirit medicine was originally a treasure medicine. After 1,000 years of continuous absorption of heaven and earth spirit qi, it would transform into a spirit medicine. Now, this blood soul positive yang was in the process of transforming from a treasure medicine to a spirit medicine. This process would take 10 years to 100 years. If it was the spirit medicine valley in the past, it might be able to complete the transformation in just a dozen years, but the current spirit medicine valley was different. It would take much longer. The blood soul positive yang contained a pure and majestic power of qi and blood. This power of qi and blood did not belong to the qi and blood of humans or demonic beasts. Instead, it belonged to the qi and blood of medicine. However, it was able to bring about an extremely strong effect on the qi and blood of humans or demonic beasts. A strong vitality would strengthen one's body, and in the end, it would be impervious to all evil. This showed the importance of vitality. For body refinement cultivators, vitality was extremely important. Even if one was not a body refinement cultivator, they still needed a strong and pure vitality. In short, under the transcendent realm, whether it was a body refinement cultivator or a qi refinement cultivator, this blood soul positive yang would play a great role. This was not straightforward enough. To put it simply, if this blood soul positive yang was refined into a pill, it could continuously strengthen and purify one's vitality, breaking through the limits of the human body, strengthening one's physique, and improving one's strength. It could increase one's strength by at least 20,000 kilograms. If one had a body refinement secret art, the effect would be even better. It could be said that this blood soul positive yang could allow a qi refinement cultivator to have a profound body refinement cultivation. It was even said that there was a slight chance it could make one's vitality pure. This kind of feeling was like reaching the heavens in a single bound. In addition, the blood soul positive yang could also be used as a healing panacea. If one was seriously injured, as long as it was not a spiritual injury, taking the blood soul positive yang would be able to heal in a short time. Even if one was poisoned, their vitality would be able to better resist the poison. Who wouldn't want to obtain such a treasure? As for why it was not suitable for transcendent realm masters, it was because it had not completed its true transformation into a spirit medicine. It lacked the power useful to transcendent realm masters. None of the people present was in the transcendent realm, not even a pseudo-transcendent. At a glance, the highest cultivation was at the 8th layer of the true martial realm. After all, the Spirit Medicine Valley was no longer the same as before. Gradually, fewer and fewer masters came to the Spirit Medicine Valley to try their luck. If this trend continued, perhaps in a few years, even late-stage true martial realm cultivators would not come here. Of course, if the news of the appearance of the blood-soul positive yang spread, given enough time, even pseudo-transcendent realm masters would come to compete for it. Unfortunately, the time was too short for the news to spread. As long as a cultivator cultivated to a certain extent, they would understand some relevant knowledge. For example, when a pseudo-spirit medicine was absorbing world energy, it should not be interrupted, otherwise its medicinal properties would be damaged. Therefore, although everyone was envious, they did not act. Instead, they waited. As soon as the blood-soul positive yang finished absorbing world energy, they would immediately snatch it. Each of them circulated their true qi, like a great river rushing endlessly through their bodies. While staring at the blood-soul positive yang, everyone was also sizing up the others. In total, there were 7 parties. No, there was another group of people, so there were 8 parties. Chunzong and Zhuoshanmei were on one side, Li Mingyi and 2 other people were on the other side. The other 6 people were either 5 or 3. Everyone's cultivation was not bad, at least in the 6th layer of the true martial realm. Some had reached the 7th layer, and the strongest was in the 8th layer. There were 2 of them. We want this blood-soul positive yang. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave now. A martial artist in the 8th layer of the true martial realm said coldly, warning the others. There were a total of 5 people on this side. 4 of them were in the 7th layer of the true martial realm, and 1 was in the 8th layer of the true martial realm. In terms of cultivation, they could be considered the strongest. However, they did not look young, at least in their 30s or 40s. Get lost. Another martial artist in the 8th layer of the true martial realm shouted. He was an elder of a force and usually had a high position. I advise you to leave. Li Mingyi said, going against the Heavenly Water Sect is not a good thing. The Heavenly Water Sect. The 2 martial artists in the 8th layer of the true martial realm and the people behind them changed their expressions. They looked more carefully at Li Mingyi and the other 2. When they saw the symbol of the Heavenly Water Sect on their clothes, their hearts skipped a beat. The symbol of the Heavenly Water Sect and the cultivation of the 7th layer of the true martial realm. They were probably the core disciples of the Heavenly Water Sect. They really did not dare to go against the Heavenly Water Sect. I don't dare to go against the Heavenly Water Sect, but the treasure belongs to the capable. Moreover, you don't represent the entire Heavenly Water Sect. The elder from the small force said in a low voice. He was somewhat nervous, but if he could obtain this blood-soul positive yang, his strength would definitely rise to a new level. In the world of martial artists, no one would let go of any opportunity that could allow one to advance by leaps and bounds. They would do their best to fight for it. Otherwise, it would be too late for regret. Of course, there was a difference compared to their lives. However, the elder believed that Li Mingyi and the others did not have the strength to threaten him. The 5 heavenly prides, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier geniuses were all well known in terms of their names and appearances. Li Mingyi was not one of them. So you're saying that you don't take the Heavenly Water Sect seriously? Li Mingyi's face darkened. The other 2 also looked angry. I wouldn't dare. I have a lot of respect for the Heavenly Water Sect. Therefore, I believe that the Heavenly Water Sect would not do such a thing as killing and robbing. The LV8 true martial realm martial artist was very experienced. He said this with a smile. On the surface, he was flattering the Heavenly Water Sect, but there was a hidden meaning behind his words. Li Mingyi's face darkened. However, he really did not dare to represent the Heavenly Water Sect. Zhuoshanmei and Chunzong did not speak. In the face of such a treasure, it was extremely difficult to rely on the name of the force behind one's back to drive others away unless one had absolute strength. Those who were talking suddenly fell silent. They stared at the changes of the blood-soul positive yang, while paying attention to the movements of the others. Without a doubt, the two LV8 true martial realm martial artists were eye-catching. Li Mingyi, a disciple of the Heavenly Water sect, was also eye-catching. The other two were Chen Zong and Zhuo Shanmei, both of whom were disciples of the Unhindered Sword sect. Not many people knew about Chen Zong, but many knew about Zhuo Shanmei. The name of the hidden fragrance sword was like thunder to one's ears. It was very frightening. A large amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth constantly gathered from all directions. It condensed above the blood-soul positive yang, and became very dense. Then, it poured into the blood-soul positive yang like a vortex. As the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was absorbed, the blood-soul positive yang became brighter and brighter. It felt as if it was filled with qi and blood. It felt as if a large lake of pure blood and qi had been compressed into a small space. Everyone could feel it, and they were all pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect this blood-soul positive yang to be so old. It seems that it won't be long before it completely transforms into a spirit medicine. If it transforms into a spirit medicine, then the value of this blood-soul positive yang would increase by more than 10 times. Of course, they did not want it to happen. Once it transforms into a spirit medicine, it would definitely trigger a change in heaven and earth. At that time, it would not be something they could interfere with. Whoever interfered would be killed. A spirit medicine was at the level of a transcendent. It would attract the attention of a transcendent master. Chapter 409. First, he broke through the limits of the human body, then cultivated the mixed yuan body, then strengthened his physique to 10,000 gene arm strength, then 20,000 gene, and obtained the golden jade bone skill. Now, Chen Zong's physique had reached an astonishing level, and his pure yang blood qi was much purer. His arm strength alone had reached 50,000 gene. With Chen Zong's current body refinement cultivation, coupled with the mixed yuan iron refining hand, without using any true qi or sword skills, he could compete with or even defeat an ordinary 6th-layer true martial realm martial artist. He could even survive against an ordinary 7th-layer true martial realm martial artist. After cultivating the 2nd layer of the golden jade bone skill, the 3rd layer was even more difficult. Relying on his own efforts, Chen Zong didn't know how many years it would take him to cultivate it. Maybe by that time, his qi cultivation would have reached the pseudo-transcendent realm or even the transcendent realm. If he could obtain this blood-soul positive yang, even if he couldn't cultivate the 3rd layer, he could at least shorten the time by a lot. The whistling heaven and earth spiritual qi suddenly stopped and gradually dispersed. Above the blood-soul positive sun, there was still a small whirlpool of heaven and earth spiritual qi flowing backward. Everyone's heart suddenly jumped. They all knew that the blood-soul positive sun's process of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual qi was about to end. When the last of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth poured into the blood-soul positive sun, the blood-soul positive sun also emitted a pure and majestic blood qi fluctuation, vast and mighty like a surging river. But in the next moment, the majestic blood qi fluctuation was restrained, as if it was an illusion. The bright red color of the blood-soul positive sun also rapidly shrank, becoming dim and even a little withered like a sickly weed. This was the self-protection instinct of a spirit herb. A pseudo-spirit herb that wanted to transform into a spirit herb would more or less have such an instinct. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, seeing such a sickly and withered flower, even if its appearance was strange, it wouldn't attract any attention. In the world of martial artists there were many things with strange appearances. Not everything with a strange appearance was valuable. If one didn't know how to treat it as a treasure, it would be a joke. The moment the blood-soul positive yang's brilliance was restrained, everyone moved together. One by one, they used their movement skills and rushed towards the blood-soul positive yang at their fastest speed. Their palms were filled with true qi, and they reached out to grab the blood soul positive yang. If someone made a move to snatch it, there would naturally be others who would cover for them. Otherwise, it would only become a complete mess. On Chunzong's side, Zhuoshanmei was the one who snatched it, while Chunzong covered for her. After all, Zhuoshanmei was faster. Both swords were unsheathed, and bright silver sword light pierced through the air, attacking the left and right sides respectively. The 18th style of the unhindered sword technique was shockingly powerful. It immediately repelled the two people on the left and right, but the others also attacked. Zhuoshanmei's sword was unsheathed. The snow-white sword light was like 1,000-year-old ice that swept across the sky. The unhindered will contained within it was as if it was looking down on the world. Zhuoshanmei also practiced the unhindered sword codex. Different cultivators would often have different understandings of the unhindered sword canon, but they all had one thing in common, and that was the will to move unhindered. Without this will, it was impossible to grasp the mysteries of the unhindered sword canon, and it was impossible to display the might of the unhindered sword canon. However, Chunzong's unhindered sword technique was sharp and domineering. It was indomitable and invincible. On the other hand, Zhuoshanmei's unhindered sword technique was like 1,000-year-old ice. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, frost fell from the sky. The terrible power immediately shattered all the attacks, and then forced the others to retreat. This sword move greatly shocked Chunzong. It was so powerful. River reaches the sky. Li Mingyi unsheathed his sword. The sword light rippled like water. It was endless, as if the water and the sky were the same color, making people unable to distinguish north from south. Immediately, a sword light was contained in it, and it attacked Chunzong from the other side. Li Mingyi unexpectedly took advantage of this opportunity to injure Chunzong. After all, Li Mingyi's cultivation was at LV7 of the true martial realm. Although he could not be ranked among the geniuses of the second group, his strength was not weak. He could easily defeat an ordinary LV7 of the true martial realm. Li Mingyi's sword move was deliberate, so Chunzong could not dodge it. He could only raise his sword to meet it. However, a snow-white sword light that was as cold as ice was even faster. It shattered Li Mingyi's sword light and counterattacked. Li Mingyi's face suddenly changed. He could not help but tremble. He hurriedly retreated, but he was still affected by the sword light. His shoulder was cut, but no blood flowed out because the wound was frozen. The coldness invaded his body from the wound, making Li Mingyi shiver all over. He felt that the arm holding the sword was a little numb and became stiff. "Zhuoshanmei, you actually attacked me for an outsider!" Li Mingyi screamed, his face full of grief and indignation. After all, he and Zhuoshanmei had known each other for more than 20 years. They could be considered childhood sweethearts. Now, not only was he ignored by Zhuoshanmei, but he was also injured by her sword. For a moment, while Li Mingyi was extremely sad and indignant, his hatred for Chunzong skyrocketed. Zhuoshanmei did not pay attention to him. She unsheathed her sword. The snow-white light gathered from all around like a spiral, and then stabbed out. It was like a snow-white aurora breaking through the sky. It pierced through the head of a LV7 of the true martial realm, killing him directly. This sword move contained an indescribable beauty in its simplicity. It was like a solo dance at the top of a snowy mountain, breathtaking. With Zhuoshanmei's strength, ordinary LV7 of the true martial realm were like clay chickens and pottery dogs under her sword. Only those who had reached LV8 of the true martial realm could compete with her, but they were not necessarily her match. After the first death, the second and third were killed in the melee. Chunzong did his best to protect Zhuoshanmei and himself. While Zhuoshanmei was fighting for the Blood Sun, she would also take care of Chunzong and block a few near-fatal attacks for Chunzong. There were saber lights and sword shadows all around, and a terrifying aura filled the air. The slightest carelessness would result in death. At this moment, Zhuoshanmei showed an unparalleled attitude. She swept through all directions and defeated all the strong enemies. She closed in on the Blood Sun and was about to pluck it. If I can't get it, no one can. Suddenly, that rogue cultivator in the 8th level of true martial realm roared and threw out a black light. The black light was a flying knife, and it was extremely fast. It pierced through the air and shot towards the Blood Soul Positive Sunday. It was clear that he wanted to destroy the Blood Soul Positive Sundays. Swanmei's reaction was timely and fast enough, but she was still a bit slower. She only managed to make the black light deviate slightly, but it still swept past the Blood Sun, causing it to explode. The Blood Sun had a total of 5 petals and 1 stamen, all of which contained powerful and pure natural chi and blood. Now that it was hit by the flying knife, one of the petals shattered, creating a powerful explosion. The other 4 petals and stamen were blasted away and shot in all directions. Swanmei reached out and grabbed one of the petals. Chernzong followed closely behind Swanmei. His reaction was extremely fast. He was about to grab the stamen that flew in front of him. The other 3 petals fell into the hands of the other 3 people. When he got the stamen, Chernzong felt that the powerful chi and blood in it were rapidly draining away. Without hesitation, he immediately threw it into his mouth. Originally, after getting it, Chernzong planned to ask someone to refine it into an elixir before taking it. The effect would be better. However, now that it was blasted apart by the flying knife, it suffered some damage, causing the chi and blood to leak out. If it was not taken directly, it would not take long for the pure chi and blood to dissipate. Swanmei also knew this. She did not hesitate to eat it. The other people who got it did the same and swallowed it directly. Seeing this, the others knew that they had no chance. Even if they killed Chernzong, they could not get it back. Moreover, they might not be able to kill Chernzong. Li Mingyi stared at Chernzong with hatred. He stepped back step by step and left. Chernzong activated the 3rd level of the mysterious Jade Golden Bone technique. His body was surrounded by a faint golden-red glow. His pure yang qi and blood roared like a dragon. Swanmei also activated her body refining technique. As a core disciple of the Zhongjing Sword sect and one of the geniuses in the 2nd-tier camp of Tianjiang Prefecture, it was normal for her to practice body refining technique. However, Swanmei's body refining technique was not as good as Chernzong's. Although the difference was huge, it still improved her strength. While activating her body refining technique to refine the positive yang blood pill, Chernzong and the others were also paying attention to their surroundings. If anyone wanted to attack, they would fight back without mercy. Fortunately, those people hesitated and did not attack. Instead, they turned around and left. His chi and blood roared like a dragon. Chernzong could feel his pure yang chi and blood growing stronger. The number of golden threads in his bright red chi and blood increased little by little. This meant that his pure yang chi and blood was getting stronger. Chernzong did not know what would happen when his pure yang chi and blood turned completely golden. However, he was looking forward to it. In just half an hour, Chernzong's roaring pure yang qi and blood slowly calmed down. The pure yang qi and blood began to nourish his body, strengthening his muscles, bones, and organs. A series of sounds rang out. Chernzong's body trembled slightly as he grew stronger and stronger. When the strengthening stopped, Chernzong could clearly feel the changes in his body. His physique had become even more tyrannical, and his strength had also increased significantly. 60,000 jin. Chernzong thought to himself. This change was under his control, so he could clearly feel it. His arm strength had increased from 50,000 jin to 60,000 jin. The increase was very obvious. If Chernzong could rely on the mixed iron smelting hand to save his life against an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level of the true martial realm, then now he could fight against an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level of the true martial realm and be in an invincible position. Even if he did not use the mixed iron forging hands, Chernzong's strength had increased significantly with his 2 swords. After a while, Zhuoshanmei also absorbed the positive yang blood pill. Her white skin flashed with a hint of red, which was a sign that her qi and blood had become stronger. Chernzong guessed that senior sister Zhuoshanmei's body strength had increased by at least 10,000 jin. After that, the other 3 people also refined the positive yang blood pill's petals. Their qi and blood surged, and the aura they emitted became stronger. However, the 3 people looked at Zhuoshanmei with fear. They kept retreating, afraid that Zhuoshanmei would kill them. Zhuoshanmei would kill when fighting for the positive yang blood pill. However, now that there was no enmity between them, she would not kill indiscriminately. Chapter 410. What a remnant thought! I'm out of the top 10. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the Spirit Potion Valley was denser than in other places. Of course, compared to the other big mountain sects, it didn't have any advantages. Plus, there had been many battles here, and now it had become a training ground for many warriors in the martial arts realm. Therefore, there were no forces who wanted to occupy this place to avoid the dissatisfaction of other forces. Even though the Tianshui sect claimed to be the #1 sect in Tianjiang Prefecture, it didn't dare to fight against the other 3 sects. Pseudo-spiritual herbs were hard to find. Chen Yu and Zhuoshanmei had been searching in the Spiritual Potion Valley for more than half a month, but they hadn't found a second one. However, they did find a few top-notch spiritual herbs, which were beneficial to warriors of the genuine martial realm. As a result, Chernzong had broken through to the late stage of the LV4 genuine martial realm. His art of traversing had reached the 19th level, and his sword art of traversing had reached the 19th level. "Junior brother, let's go," Zhuoshanmei said. "Okay." Nodding, Chernzong and Zhuoshanmei walked out of the Spiritual Potion Valley. As soon as they got out of the valley, they saw a man with 2 swords on his back. He looked arrogant. The moment he saw Zhuoshanmei, his eyes shone with a sharp light, which tore through the air like cold lightning. "Fragrant sword Zhuoshanmei, let me have a taste of you." The arrogant young man had an evil smile on his face, and his words were blasphemous. Chernzong frowned. Zhuoshanmei's face became colder. Her eyes were like ice that could freeze everything. "Come on." The arrogant young man had a weird smile on his face. He pulled out the 2 swords on his back. The swords were long and narrow. One was blue and the other was red. They were dazzling. Everything happened so inexplicably. It was a fight without reason. However, neither Chernzong nor Zhuoshanmei was surprised. In the world of warriors, anything could happen at any time. It was normal to be challenged by others. Chernzong stepped back. The fluctuation of this man's aura showed his cultivation. LV7 genuine martial realm. His aura was as sharp as a knife, with a kind of indescribable coldness and heat that alternated endlessly. Obviously, he was not an ordinary LV7 true martial realm warrior. The names and characteristics of the second and third-rate geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture flashed through his mind, but none of them matched the person in front of him. Could he be a rogue cultivator? Among the rogue cultivators of Tianjiang Prefecture, which one of them at the 7th LV of the true martial realm dared to challenge Zhuoshanmei? Wasn't that just courting death? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Zhuoshanmei's face was ice-cold. Her white, jade-like hand gripped the hilt of her sword. The sword slowly came out of its sheath amidst the even and pleasant sound of friction. The snow-white sword reflected the sunlight, dazzling and enchanting, and a faint fragrance slowly diffused. Setting sun blade Guatianxing, mountain crushing hand Yuanjinghe, and wind mark Qi Wiang, all of you are not worthy of your fame. The young man with 2 blades smiled arrogantly. I wonder if you, hidden fragrance sword Zhuoshanmei, can make me happy. Every word of his was taking advantage of her, making her feel disgusted. After I defeat all the so-called second-rate geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture, I will challenge your so-called first-rate geniuses." Hearing this, Chen Zong immediately understood that this person was not a warrior of Tianjiang Prefecture, but a cultivator from other prefectures. This was normal. Many geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture would also go to other prefectures to challenge the geniuses of other prefectures to improve themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrogant young man unfurled his blades. Like a swallow spreading its wings, he swept through the sky in an instant, leaving behind a red and blue ribbon of light in the air. As they fluttered, they were somewhat dazzling as they charged towards Washanmei. At first glance, Chen Zong knew that he could not withstand this attack. This person's words were frivolous and annoying, but his strength was very strong, and his attainments in blade techniques were also very high. Washanmei attacked with her sword, sweeping across the sky. The blade and the sword collided hundreds of times in the air, sputtering countless sparks. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes to see, but he could not see everything clearly, because both the arrogant young man and Washanmei moved too fast. Chen Zong was sure that if he fought with either of them, he would not be able to withstand more than 3 moves, and this was the best estimate. The gap between their cultivation was too big. The gap between LV4 and LV7 was 3 whole levels, and the gap was between the middle stage and the late stage of the genuine martial realm. However, Chen Zong did not feel frustrated. Both Washanmei and the arrogant young man were older than him, and they had been cultivating for at least a few years. Moreover, they were very talented and came from good families. They had received excellent training since they were young, so they had an advantage over him from the beginning. However, Chen Zong was confident that he could catch up with them in the next few years, and even surpass them. Focus. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes and focused all his attention on the battle between the two. He did not blink, and tried his best to comprehend and absorb as much as he could. A battle of this level would be of great help to him. The snow-white cold sword light moved in all directions, and countless frost floated in the air. The red sword light passed by with amazing heat, melting the frost in the air and spreading it. It turned into countless white steam that rose in spirals and filled the air. Then, the blue sword light passed by, and countless steam were frozen in an instant. The steam around the blue sword light condensed into frost again, and as the sword moved, the coldness became more intense. The 2 swords brought up a red-hot light belt and a blue cold light belt, circling around Washanmei. Gradually, a strange force field of alternating cold and heat was formed, constantly affecting the surroundings and affecting Washanmei. The light band was bright and gradually became dazzling. After looking at it for a long time, Chen Zong felt dizzy. Washanmei performed the horizontal swordsmanship to the extreme. Her current cultivation was at the peak of LV7 genuine martial realm, which corresponded to the 28th level of the horizontal gong, and the 28th movement of the horizontal swordsmanship. That kind of power was extremely terrifying. The snow-white cold sword light broke through the air, and beams of light moved in all directions, sharp and cold, extremely powerful. The 2 swords trembled, and the red and blue light bands also fluctuated, as if they were about to collapse at any time. The frivolous look on the arrogant young man's face disappeared completely, and only seriousness remained. Washanmei's sword gave him a lot of pressure. Compared with the setting sun saber Guatianxing, mountain-crushing hand Yuan Jinghe, and wind mark Qi Weiyang, she was indeed much stronger. However, this was more interesting. The ultimate purpose of coming out to experience was to challenge different opponents, find out one's own shortcomings, absorb the opponent's strengths, and finally improve oneself, constantly improve oneself, and make oneself stronger. The arrogant young man immediately performed his heaven-level swordsmanship to the extreme. Red and blue intertwined, hot and cold alternated, and the surrounding air constantly changed. Sometimes it was white fog and sometimes it was cold frost. Compared with the horizontal swordsmanship, this swordsmanship had more variations. It also had the heat of fire and the cold of ice. The alternation between cold and hot would further wear down the opponent's strength, making it easier for the opponent to fall into exhaustion. The intertwined red and blue bands of light had the power to confuse the mind. This was a very terrifying swordsmanship. However, no matter how many variations your swordsmanship had, no matter how hot and cold your swordsmanship alternated, I will break it with my sword. Xuanmei's expression did not change, and her eyes were like ice sapphires, without the slightest ripple. Compared with the swordsmanship, Chernzong paid more attention to Xuanmei's horizontal swordsmanship. After all, he also practiced the horizontal swordsmanship and could be inspired by it. Dual polarity. Ice and fire union. With a low shout, the arrogant young man's two swords paused for a moment. The red and blue swords flashed and suddenly burst out, covering all directions. The two swords rotated in the light, connecting the sky and the earth. It was so endless that people could not tell front from back, left from right, and were densely packed, attacking Xuanmei from different angles. The 20th move of the unhindered sword technique, the cold snow-white sword light spun and gathered from all directions. Then, it turned into a bright white sword light that was as thick as an arm. Like frost and thunder, it carried an astonishing power and was unstoppable. It was as if the sword could break the dome of heaven. Under the sword, countless swords were shattered and dissipated like the moon in the water. However, the arrogant young man's second move was also performed. The shattered swords gathered in the sky and turned into a red and blue double-colored sword that slashed down from the sky. If there was a mountain in front of it, it would be cut open by this sword. A trace of seriousness flashed in Xuanmei's eyes, but she did not intend to dodge at all. She still attacked with her sword. The sword whistled and swept the world, and the sword light like frost and thunder broke through the sky again. The sword was shattered, but Xuanmei kept retreating. The arrogant young man's cultivation was higher than Xuanmei's. He was at the limit of the 7th level of the true force, close to the 8th level of the true force. He also practiced a heaven-level skill, and the purity of his true power was better than Xuanmei's. After several exchanges, Xuanmei also found that this person's body refining cultivation was not inferior to her own. A strong enemy. It would be very difficult to defeat him. Suddenly, Chernzong found that Xuanmei's qi changed in an instant. It was a very mysterious change, as if Xuanmei's cold qi was condensed in an instant, and it was increasing from the original foundation. Immediately, Chernzong saw Xuanmei's red lips move slightly. Secret sword. Point star. With that said, an extremely congealed qi, bringing along an extremely tyrannical true power, instantly poured into the snow-white sword in his hand, as though there was a weak ray of light that flashed past, congealing at the tip of the sword. The sword stabbed out. Chernzong had never seen or heard of this sword before. Although he was far away, Chernzong felt his hair stand on end. He felt that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to resist at all. All resistance would be destroyed by this sword. Although the arrogant young man was much stronger than Chernzong, he was facing Xuanmei's sword head-on. The pressure he was under was much greater. His face changed dramatically, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was terrified. The terrifying sword made his scalp tingle, and he felt like he was going to be killed. In an instant, the arrogant young man burst out with all his strength. The two swords danced together, and even the wind could not blow in. Chapter 4:11. The hidden fragrance sword is indeed full of flavor. Today, Dan Shangning will definitely repay you in the future. As the voice sounded, the figure flew across the sky like a rainbow and quickly disappeared. Chernzong didn't chase after him. He was too fast. Xuanmei also didn't chase after him. That sword attack had exhausted all her true qi. Xuanmei's face was pale. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable exhaustion. Her hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. It was obvious how much burden that sword attack had brought. She quickly took out a pill and consumed it to restore her strength and true qi. Chen Zong stood on the side to protect her. As the pill dissolved and absorbed, Zhuo Shanmei's face gradually became rosy. Her aura also slowly recovered. "Junior brother, I'm fine," Zhuo Shanmei said. The two didn't mention that person again. "Junior brother, I've been out for a while. Now I'm going back to the sect to cultivate for a while," Zhuo Shanmei said. "I also plan to go back to the sect to cultivate for a while," Chen Zong said. The recent events made Chen Zong realize that his cultivation and strength were still not enough. After going through so many things, he needed some time to meditate and convert it into cultivation and strength. The two continued to walk together towards the Zongjing Sword Sect's mountain gate. The Zongjing Sword Sect had the Zongjing Sword Codex. In addition, there were two secret swords. The so-called secret swords were swordsmanship secret technique. In essence, they could be regarded as a secret technique. It could also be called a secret technique of the sword Dao. Chen Zong knew this, but he wasn't qualified to practice it yet. It wasn't that his status wasn't high enough. With his identity as the Zongjing Sword Son, the Zongjing Sword Sect would focus on training him. Naturally, they wouldn't be stingy with the two secret swords. The reason why he couldn't practice them was because of his cultivation. The two secret swords had exceeded the scope of Tian grade martial art. In theory, they were pseudo-spirit grade martial arts. Naturally, they corresponded to the level of a pseudo-transcendent realm martial artist. However, it was said that the two secret swords belonged to the lower level of pseudo-spirit grade martial art. The threshold to practice them was also relatively low. However, one needed to be at least in the 7th true martial realm. Using the art of the unhindered sword as an example, one had to reach the 25th level of the art of the unhindered and the 25th form of the art of the unhindered. However, Zhuo Shanmei, who had reached the 28th level of the art of traversing and had also reached the 28th style of the art of traversing, she had used up all of her energy to perform one of the two secret sword arts, Point Star. She had become exhausted, which was enough to show the difficulty of practicing and performing this secret sword art. However, at the same time, it also showed the terrifying power of this secret sword art. That alone was enough to break through his opponent's defense, injure him, and almost kill him. Although Zhuo Shanmei was not invincible in the Tianjiang prefecture, it was hard to find a match for her. The two of them traveled together and returned to the mountain gate of the Zongjing Sword Sect half a month later. "Greetings, Senior Sister Zhuo and Senior Brother Chen." The LV4 True Martial Realm Inner Core disciple guarding the mountain gate bowed to Chen Zong and Zhuo Shanmei as soon as he saw them. Zhuo Shanmei nodded slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, junior brothers." Chen Zong smiled, which made the two of them extremely excited. They quickly went up the stairs and soon saw the ancient sword cauldron. They continued to go up until they were halfway up the Tianhong mountain. "Junior brother, I'm going back," Zhuo Shanmei said and turned around to leave, leaving behind a faint fragrance. After watching Zhuo Shanmei leave, Chen Zong also went to the Zongjing Sword Hall to inform them of his return, and then returned to the Black Bamboo residence. Not long after, senior brother Lin Yuye came to find him. "Junior brother, I heard that you and junior sister Zhuo are very close," Lin Yuye said with a teasing smile. He winked at Chen Zong and said, "I wonder how many junior brothers will have their hearts broken." "Senior brother, are your hearts broken too?" Chen Zong was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he teased back. Yes. Lin Yuye did not care about Chen Zong's teasing. After the first time they met more and more often. They gradually got to know each other and became familiar with each other. Some jokes were very smooth. "Junior brother, you're really amazing. You defeated Gu Yaoyang on your first trip and directly became one of the 10 rising stars." Lin Yuye changed the topic. "Senior brother was not bad at all back then." Chen Zong smiled. He knew some of Lin Yuye's deeds very well. Of course. Who asked me to be senior brother? Lin Yuye smiled and said with a bit of pride. The two chatted casually. As they talked, Lin Yuye also asked Chen Zong about his experience. Chen Zong did not hide anything and told him all that he could. Young Master Long Lin Yuye's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. If he dares to use any means to deal with you, let's see if my sword agrees. It was full of protectiveness. Until now, Chen Zong had already displayed shocking talent. This talent was enough to make Lin Yuye admit defeat. Lin Yuye was not jealous at all. Instead, he was very happy. Because of this, he paid more attention to Chen Zong. Moreover, after many interactions, Lin Yuye admired Chen Zong's character. Other than being fellow disciples, they were also good friends. Immediately, Chen Zong talked about the battle between Zhou Shanmei and the youth with dual blades who came from the outer house not long ago. Dan Shangning. I know this person. A while ago, he stirred up trouble in our Tianjiang prefecture and defeated many geniuses from the second group. Lin Yuye said slowly. This person came from Wanluo prefecture, which is adjacent to Tianjiang prefecture. He is a core disciple of the Wanluo sect, which is the only middle-ranked sect in Wanluo prefecture. Middle-ranked sect. Chen Zong was secretly surprised. There were 4 middle-ranked sect in the Longtu dynasty. They were the Jinghong Sword sect, Xianzhen Palace, Ancient Mountain, and Wanluo sect. The Jinghong Sword sect was like the Zongjing Sword sect. They were all sword cultivation sect. The Xianzhen Palace was known to be open and aboveboard. The Ancient Mountain had fewer disciples, but they were all geniuses. The Wanluo sect had the most disciples among the 4 middle-ranked sects. They also had the most types of martial arts. Their actions were neither righteous nor evil. The 4 middle-ranked sect were powerful. Although they were not a match for the Longtu imperial family, the imperial family was not willing to destroy them. Instead, they gave them a certain amount of respect. For example, 4 of the 8 prefectures were named after the 4 middle-ranked sects: Jinghong Prefecture, Xianzhen Prefecture, Ancient Palace, and Wanluo Prefecture. The Zongjing Sword sect was also a middle-ranked sect. Unfortunately, it had declined. Naturally, it could not be compared to the Wanluo sect that had been developing for a long time. After the two chatted for a while, Lin Yuye left. Chen Zong collected his thoughts and began to meditate. He meditated and cultivated the Zongjing skill and the Zongjing sword art. Time flew by. Chen Zong had already converted all his gains from the adventure. Being chased by Long Xiaojun, walking on the edge of life and death, fighting for the fake spiritual herbs in the Spirit Potion Valley, and so on. The aura around his body fluctuated. It suddenly expanded and exploded like a tide. Then, it quickly converged. Chen Zong opened his eyes. They shone brightly and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the adventure was a good way to tap into one's potential. After many battles, especially those between life and death, the dormant potential would become active again. It would be easier to cultivate and break through. Peak of the 4th level of the true martial realm. After meditating for a while, the Zongjing sword art had reached the 20th move. As for the peak of the 4th level of the true martial realm, it was just a matter of accumulation. He only needed to spend some time to slowly cultivate the Zongjing Qi. I'll continue to cultivate and try to reach the 5th level of the true martial realm. Then I'll consider going out for adventure, Chen Zong said to himself. Once his cultivation reached the 5th level of the true martial realm, even if it was only the early stage, Chen Zong was 100% sure that he could fight or even kill an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level of the true martial realm. He could even protect himself in the face of a martial artist at the 8th level of the true martial realm. With such strength, he could go out for adventure and explore more places. Time flew by. Half a month later, Chen Zong's cultivation reached the peak of the 4th level of the true martial realm as he wished. However, it was not so easy to break through to the 5th level of the true martial realm. The further one progressed in the true martial realm, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Without any special opportunities, the time spent would often continue to increase. It would take an ordinary martial artist at least half a year to break through to the 5th level of the true martial realm from the peak of the 4th level of the true martial realm. As his cultivation improved, so did the sweeping in all directions and the flying swan body technique. Senior Brother Chen, please enlighten me. Wang Xianyang stood with his sword in hand, his eyes shining. Wang Xianyang was one of the 10 rising stars, but he was still an inner disciple, while Chen Zong was a core disciple. Therefore, even though Wang Xianyang joined the sect earlier, he still had to call Chen Zong senior brother. Wang Xuanyang's purpose was naturally to challenge Chen Zong. Chen Zong's defeat of Gu Yaoyang put a lot of pressure on Wang Xianyang. He came out of seclusion after training hard. When he heard the news of Chen Zong's return, he immediately came to find him. As one of the 10 rising stars, the Zongheng sword sect naturally paid enough attention to him. Therefore, although Wang Xuanyang's cultivation method and sword art were not the Zongheng sword manual, they were of the highest grade of the heaven level. Senior Brother Chen, I know that you're practicing the Zongheng skill and the Zongheng sword art. I'm practicing the ancient Yuan skill and the bright ray sword art, Wang Xianyang said. Junior Brother Wang, please. Chen Zong said lightly. He unsheathed his 2 swords and pointed them at the ground. Senior Brother Chen, take this. As soon as Wang Xuanyang's voice fell, his long sword turned into a bright sword light, sweeping across the sky. When the sharp and bright sword light passed by, the sword light behind it became as soft as silk, like seaweed rippling in the water, which was somewhat dazzling. The sword was so fast that it was already in front of Chen Zong the moment it was unsheathed. Chen Zong didn't panic. He raised his 2 swords and performed the Zongheng sword art. After a period of seclusion, Wang Xuanyang's cultivation had reached the middle stage of LV5 genuine martial realm. His sword art had also improved, and his strength had become more powerful. At first, Wang Xianyang only used half of his strength. Later, he found that half of his strength couldn't do anything to Chen Zong, so he used 70% of his strength, and then increased it to 90%. Sword light and sword chi filled the air with 90% of his strength, but still couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. Then, Wang Xianyang used 100% of his strength. If it were before, Chen Zong would have to use all his strength to deal with Wang Xianyang at 100% of his strength. However, after reaching the peak of LV4 genuine martial realm, Chen Zong's strength had increased greatly. He only used 80% of his strength to fight with Wang Xianyang. Chapter 412. Starting tomorrow at 12 noon. Double monthly ticket. 6 Dao monthly ticket. It had a wingspan of 13 meters. Its feathers were black and white, and there was a tuft of golden hair on its head. It looked like a flame swaying in the wind. It was a white crane. The golden flame swift shadow crane was a level 9 monster. It was not inferior to the heavenly water sex green scale heavenly wave eagle. However, the green scale heavenly wave eagle was better at attacking. The golden flame swift shadow crane was better at flying. It was faster and more durable than the green scale heavenly wave eagle. There were 2 people sitting cross-legged on the golden flame swift shadow crane's back, one on the left and one on the right. Even with 2 people on its back, the golden flame swift shadow crane's body was stable. It flew at a speed faster than the speed of sound, leaving a white trail in the sky. One of them was Elder Yuan Lingzi, and the other was Chen Zong. The golden flame swift shadow crane was the flying monster of the unhindered sword sect. It was the only one in the entire Tianjiang prefecture. It was like a symbol. This time, Elder Yuan Lingzi took Chen Zong out of the unhindered sword sect on the golden flame swift shadow crane. It was not a small matter. It was very important, especially for Chen Zong. There was a mountain in Tianjiang Prefecture. It was not tall or big, but it was famous. The mountain was called Earth Spirit. It was named after the spiritual chi of the earth. There is a natural pool on Earth Spirit Mountain. There is an earth vein under Earth Spirit Mountain. The earth vein is connected to the pool. Yuan Lingzi said slowly, the earth vein can gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 100 miles. After it is purified, it is poured into the pool, turning it into a spiritual pool. The spiritual pool contains strong and pure spiritual chi. If you cultivate in the spiritual pool, you can absorb the spiritual chi in the spiritual pool and break through your cultivation. Chernzong's heart skipped a beat. He was now at the peak of LV4 true martial realm. There was still some distance to LV5. He needed at least a month to break through. According to Elder Yuan, if he could cultivate in the spiritual pool, he could break through to LV5 true martial realm. The spirit water in this spirit pool is filled once every 10 years. In other words, the spirit pool in Earth Spirit Mountain opens once every 10 years, said Yuan Lingzi. Elder Yuan, since this spirit pool has such a miraculous effect, it should have been occupied long ago, right? Chernzong asked. As soon as he said that, Chernzong saw a trace of anger flash in Yuan Lingzi's eyes. Hundreds of years ago, when our sect was still in its prime, Earth Spirit Mountain belonged to our sect. However, our sect declined and the dragon diagram imperial family rose to power. After they unified the entire region, Earth Spirit Mountain belonged to the imperial family. Since then, the imperial family has sent people to guard Earth Spirit Mountain to prevent it from being destroyed, Yuan Lingzi said. Although Chernzong had a sense of belonging to the Zongjing Sword sect, he had only been there for a short period of time. Besides, he had not experienced what had happened hundreds of years ago, so he did not have a deep feeling about it. He only felt that the weak were prey to the strong. The unhindered sword sect had declined, and the Dragon Reflection Imperial family was strong. Therefore, the Dragon Reflection Imperial family had occupied the spiritual pool on Earth Spirit Mountain. The reason was simple. As long as the Zongjing Sword sect was stronger than the Dragon Diagram Imperial family, as long as the Zongjing Sword sect could make the Dragon Diagram Imperial family fear them, they could take back the spirit pool in Earth Spirit Mountain. However, it was very difficult for the Zongjing Sword sect to make the Dragon Diagram Imperial family fear them. It could be said that there was almost no chance. Even the 4 mid-rank sects could not make the Dragon Diagram Imperial family fear them, let alone the Zongjing Sword sect. Cultivation at the Transcendent Realm was too difficult. The spirit pool in Earth Spirit Mountain belongs to the Dragon Diagram Imperial family. However, every time it opens, there are some spots for outsiders. The 4 sects of Tianjiang Prefecture each get one. The other spots belong to the Dragon Diagram Imperial family. There are a total of 10 spots, said Yuan Lingzi. The spirit pool that opened once every 10 years was filled could only allow 10 people to enter to cultivate. There was also a rule that cultivation could not exceed the mid-stage of the true martial realm. The difference between the mid-stage and late stage of the true martial realm was very obvious. If a late-stage true martial realm cultivator entered the spirit pool to cultivate, they would have to absorb all the spirit chi in the spirit pool to improve significantly. This was different from the Dragon Diagram Imperial family's goal of cultivating talented juniors. Chernzong was also a little moved. For 10 years, the Zongjing Sword sect only had one spot, and it was used on him. It was enough to show how much the Zongjing Sword sect valued him. However, he did not know who the other 3 sects' spots were. The Golden Flame Swift Shadow Crane's flying speed was amazing. Compared to Chernzong's full speed, it was many times faster. At this speed, it would only take a few days to fly out of Tianjiang Prefecture. In less than 2 days, Chernzong saw Earth Spirit Mountain. Earth Spirit Mountain was less than 1,000 meters tall and covered an area of less than 100 square miles. It stood alone on the ground and was very eye-catching. About 800 meters high, someone had opened up a platform for it. It was a few thousand meters wide. Golden Flame Swift Shadow Crane. It's someone from the Zhongjing sword sect. There were already people on the platform who felt the powerful aura and saw the approaching figure. They immediately exclaimed. The Golden Flame Swift Shadow Crane landed and Yuan Lingzi gave some instructions. The Golden Flame Swift Shadow Crane nodded and flew up on its own. A 9th-grade monster beast already had good intelligence and was comparable to ordinary humans. Yuan Lingzi, I didn't expect you to still be alive. The lukewarm voice sounded with a strange tone. It sounded like he was cursing Yuan Lingzi for not dying yet. I won't die even if you die, Yuan Lingzi replied with a smile as he turned his head. Chen Zong found that the smile was a sneer. Chen Zong also saw the person who spoke. It was an old man in a dark blue robe. He could not tell his exact age, but his cheeks were thin and his eyes were sunken, giving him a deep and fierce look. At first glance, it was obvious that he was not an easy person to get along with. Needless to say, this person was also a transcendent realm master. Since he dared to speak to Yuan Lingzi like this, it proved that his strength was not inferior to Yuan Lingzi's. Long time no see, Yuan Lingzi, you're still as sharp-tongued as before, the old man laughed again, implying sarcasm. Long time no see, but you're still full of nonsense, Yuan Lingzi retorted bluntly, his words sharp. Humph. The old man seemed to feel that he could not out-talk Yuan Lingzi, or that this kind of argument was meaningless. His gaze turned and fell on Chen Zong's face. Suddenly, Chen Zong felt like he had been stabbed. This junior is the current generation's sword son of your unhindered sword sect, right? He seems to have some skills. His skills are average, but he's a little better than the Heavenly Water sect's disciples of the same generation. Yuan Lingzi smiled and used his power to isolate the old man from spying on Chen Zong, and also to prevent the old man from secretly attacking. After all, the character of the Heavenly Water sect's elders was not good. Anyone can talk big, the old man sneered. He felt pity in his heart. If Yuan Lingzi had reacted a little slower, he would have secretly attacked. Even if he couldn't kill Chen Zong, he would have caused a negative impact on Chen Zong and left a shadow in his heart. This old man was one of the 2 elders of the Heavenly Water sect, Lei Daozi. Like Yuan Lingzi, he was at the 4th level of the extreme mortal realm and had been Yuan Lingzi's old rival for many years. The young man next to Lei Daozi stared at Chen Zong, his eyes filled with a sharp cold light. Heavy spiritual pressure fell on Chen Zong. Chen Zong was not afraid at all, and he met the young man's gaze. Their gazes collided in the air, creating invisible sparks. Although he did not say it, Chen Zong guessed the young man's identity. He was one of the 10 rising stars, also known as the leader of the 10 rising stars, the last disciple of the Heavenly Water sect's master, Li Shaoyun. He wore a white robe with ripples on it. When the white robe was blown by the wind, the ripples spread out continuously. He was at the peak of the 5th level of the true martial realm. This cultivation was the highest among the 10 rising stars. Neither Gu Yaoyang nor Wang Xianyang could compare to him. A shrill cry resounded through the sky. A fiery red figure came from the horizon. Behind it, there seemed to be red clouds rolling. It was a bird. A fiery cloud bird. This was the Zhenyang sect's flying demon beast. Old Ghost Yuan, Old Ghost Lei. Every time the 2 of you meet, you will have a battle of words. A loud and clear voice seemed to carry some heat as it rolled over. A figure grabbed another figure on the bird's back and leaped up. Like a flash of fire, they flew hundreds of meters and landed in front of Yuan Lingzi and the others. A wave of heat roared like a torrent of flames, making Chen Zong feel suffocated. He felt like his entire body was going to be swallowed by the waves of fire and burned to ashes. Fortunately, Yuan Lingzi waved his hand and blocked it with his own strength. Old Lai, there are some methods that you can't use, Yuan Lingzi frowned and said unhappily. Ha 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 ha. True Sun Sect's Grand Elder Lai Yangzi laughed heartily. Just now, he indeed had the intention of teasing Chen Zong. Chen Zong. The eyes of the person next to Lai Yangzi glowed with anger. His anger seemed to want to burn Chen Zong to ashes. His words were blazing as he said, "We meet again. I will pay you back for the humiliation you suffered that day." "You won't have the chance," Chen Zong retorted without hesitation. That day Gu Yaoyang was defeated by him. Now, his cultivation had increased a lot. Although Gu Yaoyang's cultivation had also increased to the middle stage of the 5th level of the true martial realm, the increase was not as great as Chen Zong's. In the next battle, Gu Yaoyang was still defeated, even faster than before. Chen Zong's words made Gu Yaoyang even more furious. A powerful and scorching aura was about to burst out. "Don't be complacent. After cultivating in the spirit pool, I will let you know the difference between us," Gu Yaoyang said angrily. A powerful and cold aura came from the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a snow-white bird flying over quickly. Wherever it passed, frost condensed and fell. A 3-feather ice luan. This was the transcendent realm flying monster beast of Proud May Villa. On the back of the 3-feather ice luan were the elders and disciples of Proud May Villa. This elder wore a white and blue robe and carried a long saber on his back. His face was cold, giving people the impression that he was a cold saber. The moment they saw the old man, whether it was Yuan Lingzi, Lai Yangzi, or Lei Daozi, all three of their faces changed and immediately became more dignified. This old man was the only elder of Proud May Villa, Han Daozi. After not seeing each other for 10 years, Han Daozi's saber was even sharper. This meant that his improvement in the past 10 years was even greater than theirs. This made the three people's hearts tremble. One had to know that they had not wasted the past 10 years. They had done everything they could to cultivate. Beside Han Daozi stood a young man. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were extremely sharp. His body was straight and he carried a long blade on his back. His whole body was emitting a kind of aura that merged with the long blade on his back, constantly emitting a kind of aura. Chapter 413. Due to some delays, I'm a bit late. After 12 noon tomorrow, there will be double monthly vote. The 6 paths will explode again. Please support me with monthly vote. The 4 sects were led by the 4 elders. Each of them was a member of the 10 rising stars. No, because Gu Yaoyang was defeated by Chen Zong, he was replaced by Chen Zong. However, it was undeniable that Gu Yaoyang was qualified to be one of the 10 rising stars. Among the 4, Li Xiaoyun from the Tianshui sect was the strongest, at the peak of LV5. Next was Gu Yaoyang from the Zhenyang sect, at the middle stage of LV5. Next was Chen Zong from the Sword sect, at the peak of LV4. The weakest was Yang Shiqi from the Ao Mei Villa, at the middle stage of LV4. Chen Zong also saw other people from the royal family of the Longtu Empire. The guards of Earth Spirit Mountain were the extreme mortal realm warriors sent by the Dragon Diagram royal family. There was also a group of more than 100 warriors in the late stage of the genuine martial realm. They were all wearing armor and had cold auras. It was obvious that they were experienced warriors. Chen Zong also saw 6 other people who were going to cultivate in the spiritual pool. They were all from the royal family of the Longtu Empire and had the blood of the royal family. Chen Zong felt that one of them looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, Chen Zong was sure that this was the first time he had seen him. That person glanced around and his eyes fell on Chen Zong's face. His eyes became cold and murderous. "You're Chen Zong." The person spoke in a cold and murderous tone. "Soon, you will die at my hands. Remember, my name is Long Xiaoyuan." Long Xiaoyuan. Chen Zong pondered for a moment before remembering that this person's face was somewhat similar to Long Xiaojuan's. Combined with his name, He was most likely related to Long Xiaojun by blood. He might even be Long Xiaojun's brother. Just because you're at LV5? Chen Zong retorted. You're just a sword son from a low-rank sect. I don't know what gives you the right to be so arrogant. The woman next to Long Xiaoyuan raised her eyebrows and sneered. Some people think they're so arrogant just because they have some skills. Apologize, another arrogant-looking young man said to Chen Zong in a tone full of superiority. The other three didn't say anything, but there was a sneer on their faces and a hint of playfulness in their eyes. They looked down on Chen Zong. Because they were members of the Longtu imperial family, they had the direct bloodline of the Longtu imperial family. Moreover, each of them had an extraordinary background. In comparison, Chen Zong was just a sword son of the sword sect. Perhaps he had some status in the Tianjiang prefecture, but in the entire Longtu empire, he was nothing. Hundreds of years ago, the Longtu imperial family had unified this area and renamed it the Longtu region. Since then, the members of the Longtu imperial family had slowly developed a sense of superiority and thought that they were better than others. In fact, the Longtu imperial family's bloodline was extraordinary. Those who had the direct bloodline had a high chance of awakening their own bloodline, which would increase their talent and cultivation by leaps and bounds. Gu Yaoyang sneered. This Chen Zong is really overestimating himself. He even dares to provoke the Longtu imperial family. Li Xiaoyun and Yang Shiqi didn't react. The four senior elders didn't say anything because this was a fight between the younger generation. If they wanted to interfere, the transcendent from the Longtu imperial family wouldn't sit idly by. If I don't apologize, what are you going to do? Chen Zong said unhurriedly. His words were as sharp as a sword, and his aura condensed into an invisible sword. It was shocking. Long Xiaoyuan and the others frowned, but their faces darkened. If you don't apologize, fine. I'll make sure you can't even absorb a trace of world energy. The person who asked Chen Zong to apologize said coldly. The others didn't look happy. Obviously, they had made up their minds to deal with Chen Zong. Ha 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 ha, stupid guy. If you can't absorb world energy, you can't break through, but I can. You're finished. Gu Yaoyang laughed secretly. The enemy was weak, and he was strong. What could be better than this? You can try. Chen Zong wasn't afraid. Seeing that Chen Zong was stubborn and difficult to deal with, Long Xiaoyuan and the others shut up. They had already made up their minds to not let Chen Zong absorb any world energy. Time's up. The 10 of you can enter the spirit pool. The transcendent from the Longtu imperial family who was guarding the spirit pool said. His voice was deep and powerful, which shocked the four senior elders. 5th layer mortal realm. This person's cultivation was at least 5th layer mortal realm. Long Xiaoyuan and the other 5 took the lead and jumped up, followed by Chen Zong and the other 3. At the top of Earth Spirit Mountain there was a natural hole. It was about 10 meters in length and width. It was irregularly shaped, and it was filled with water. The water was pale white and emitted a unique fragrance. It also contained a shocking amount of heaven and earth spirit chi. It was extremely pure. In other places of Earth Spirit Mountain, the density of world energy was very average. This was the spirit pool, where the essence of the earth veins gathered. Long Xiaoyuan and the others jumped into the spirit pool one after another, each occupying a corner of the spirit pool, leaving Chen Zong and the other 3 in the middle. The world energy in the spirit pool was evenly distributed. Long Xiaoyuan and the others occupied the 4 corners, so there was enough space for them to absorb the world energy. Whether Chen Zong and the other 3 were in the middle or the edge, they would be restricted and affected. But there was a rule that they couldn't fight in the spirit pool, or they would be disqualified. In serious cases, it might even affect the next allocation. This had always been the case, so every time, the disciples of the 4 sect didn't get much. Chen Zong landed and chose to be in the center. Gu Yaoyang was there as well, while Li Xiaoyun and Yang Shiqi chose to be on the edge. They didn't say anything. Once they entered the spirit pool, they immediately activated their martial arts to the extreme and absorbed the pure world energy in the spirit pool. With Long Xiaoyuan and the others as the center, the spirit pool water in all directions flowed towards them. But as Chen Zong and the other three activated their martial arts, some of the spirit pool water flowed towards them. Let's work together and make sure he can't absorb any of the world energy. Long Xiaoyuan's voice rang out, not hiding his intention to deal with Chen Zong. At the same time, the six of them began to circulate their techniques, changing their direction slightly and converging toward Chen Zong. They affected the spirit pond water around him, causing it to disperse and flow toward the six of them. The pure world energy was contained in the spirit pool water. Chen Zong could feel that the world energy that was about to be absorbed into his body was attracted by the six powerful forces and was dispersing towards the six people. When the 20th level of the art of traversing was activated to the extreme, the power would flow through the body and even into the hair. This was something that others couldn't do, unless they had also reached the completion of the qi refining realm. This was where Chen Zong's advantage. Because of this, Chen Zong's efficiency in absorbing the spirit pool water would increase exponentially. Moreover, Chen Zong had reached the 20th level of the art of traversing. In terms of level, he was equivalent to a warrior at the peak of LV5 true martial realm who had cultivated a heaven-level martial art. Among the six people in Long Xiaoyuan's group, the highest cultivation was at the peak of LV5 true martial realm. The level of their martial arts was similar to that of a warrior at the peak of LV5 true martial realm. In comparison, Chen Zong had a greater advantage. Suddenly, the dispersing spirit pool water gathered again, and the spirit pool water flowed towards Chen Zong. This scene surprised the six people in Long Xiaoyuan's group. They didn't expect Chen Zong to be able to fight back and absorb the spirit pool water when the six of them joined forces. The six people immediately increased their strength and activated their martial arts to the extreme to compete with Chen Zong. The spirit pool water in the spirit pool was constantly fluctuating. Countless ripples collided with each other, causing chaos in the surroundings. Even Li Xiaoyun, Gu Yaoyang, and Yang Shiqi couldn't absorb much world energy. They activated their martial arts to the extreme, but they could barely absorb a little world energy. The spirit pool was in chaos. This had never happened before. In the past, the Dragon Diagram Imperial family had always had the upper hand, absorbing at least 70 to 80% of the spirit pool water. This time, they encountered Chen Zong. It was not inferior to a martial art at the peak of LV5 true martial realm. Coupled with the advantage of the completion of the force training realm, the effect was multiplied. It was comparable to a martial artist at LV6 true martial realm who had cultivated a heaven-level martial art. Long Xiaoyuan and the other 5 people couldn't interfere with Chen Zong. However, with the 6 of them working together, they could still contend with Chen Zong for a while. However, this kind of resistance was somewhat difficult. Gradually, more spirit pool water flowed towards Chen Zong, and a large amount of world energy poured into Chen Zong's body. This world energy was very pure. As soon as it entered Chen Zong's body, it was quickly refined and absorbed. It was converted into Zongheng True Force, increasing the Zongheng True Force rapidly. This resistance didn't last long, because Chen Zong's cultivation had broken through the early stage of LV5 True Martial Realm, the 21st level of the Zongheng art. Suddenly, the suction force became stronger. More spirit pool water rushed towards Chen Zong, and more world energy was absorbed by Chen Zong, which began to affect Long Xiaoyuan and the other 5 people. The stalemate was broken, and Li Xiaoyun and the other 2 people were able to absorb more world energy to refine. Damn it! Long Xiaoyuan and the other 5 people's faces suddenly turned ugly. Originally, they wanted to interfere with Chen Zong, so that Chen Zong couldn't absorb world energy. They didn't expect that in the end, Chernzong would interfere, and the amount of world energy they absorbed would decrease. No matter how hard they tried, no matter how much they wanted to fight back, they couldn't. Most of the world energy was still absorbed by Chernzong, but they could still absorb some world energy more or less, just not as much as they had expected. Long Xiaoyuan and the other 5 people's faces turned ugly. Chernzong activated his martial arts while absorbing the world energy. At the same time, he was paying attention to Long Xiaoyuan and the others' movements to prevent them from attacking him. Although they would be disqualified if they started a fight here, it was hard to say if they would do it out of anger. Let's just do it. At most, no one will absorb anymore. One of them secretly sent a message. Don't be rash. This is a once-in-a-decade opportunity, and it was not easy for us to get this opportunity. We can't miss it, or it will be too late for regret. Another person quickly said. Chapter 4:14. 12 o'clock, double monthly ticket starts. Brothers, let's go. 6 paths will start with 2 chapters. Fight. Fight with others. Fight with the spirit pool. Fight with yourself. Unable to fight, Long Xiaoyuan's group of 6 could only give up on interfering with Chernzong and focus on cultivating their secret art to absorb as much world energy as possible. However, Chernzong's cultivation had made a breakthrough. After reaching the early 5th layer of the true martial realm, his secret art had become stronger and his ability to absorb world energy had increased significantly. The world energy in the spirit pool was formed by the Earth Spirit Mountain's earth vein over the past 10 years. It was very rich and pure. One had to know that only those who had reached the transcendent realm could absorb world energy from the air to cultivate. Only those who had reached the transcendent realm could absorb the pure world energy from the spirit source to cultivate. The spirit pool had broken this rule. If not for the limited effect of the Earth Spirit Mountain's earth vein and the spirit pool only having an effect on true martial realm cultivators, it would have been completely used by Transcendence and Chernzong's group would not have had a chance. Pure spiritual energy continuously flowed into Chernzong's body. When Chernzong was in the energy training realm, he had reached the Great Circle. Energy flowed through his entire body, opening it up from top to bottom. He was able to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible, and the effect was shocking. Chernzong could clearly feel that his cultivation base was rapidly increasing. This was something that he could not achieve normally. Even when his potential was at its peak, it could not be compared to this. Fortunately, when he returned to the Unhindered Sword sect some time ago, Chernzong had spent some time comprehending the unhindered art and reached the 24th layer. Once he had comprehended the secret art, coupled with other things, his realm had also increased, making it easier to cultivate. Time flew by and half an hour later, one of Long Xiaoyuan's group of 6 trembled slightly. His aura instantly became stronger, and he successfully broke through to the early 6th layer of the true martial realm. With the breakthrough in cultivation, the efficiency of absorbing world energy increased again. This person's eyes flashed as he stared at Chernzong with a sneer. He wanted to interfere with Chernzong's cultivation again, but Chernzong's body trembled slightly. His tyrannical true qi instantly stopped, then began circulating again and became stronger. Level 22 of the Art of Traversing. The middle stage of LV5 True Martial Realm. He broke through again. The man's expression changed drastically. He had no choice but to stop disturbing Chernzong. Following this, everyone else's cultivation levels also broke through and became even more powerful. As soon as he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy increased further. The ripples in the spiritual pool became even more intense. On a platform 1 to 200 meters below the spirit pool, the elders of the 4 great sect rested in their respective places. They couldn't see or sense what was going on inside the spirit pool because they had set up a method to block out the probing of spiritual senses. However, the four of them felt that it would be the same as in the past. Most of the benefits would go to the geniuses of the dragon diagram imperial family. The four great sex members would only be able to obtain a small portion of the benefits. Even though they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. This piece of land belonged to the imperial family of Longtu. The imperial family of Longtu was so powerful that even if the four great sect of Longtu gave up all their prejudices and joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to fight against the imperial family of Longtu. They could only hope that the disciples of their sects would work hard and absorb as much spiritual energy as possible to improve their cultivation. This way they would be able to save some time and become more outstanding than their peers. If they knew what was going on inside the spirit pool, they would definitely be very surprised. The four of them didn't know, but the Transcendent Realm Master of the Dragon Diagram Imperial Family, who was guarding Earth's Spirit Mountain, could clearly see what was going on. This time, the Unhindered Sword Sect has really produced an amazing person, the fifth-layer Human Realm Master secretly said. However, Yang Kai had no intention of secretly taking action to restrain Chen Zong. With the exception of a few vile characters, most Transcendent Realm Masters weren't bad at all. In other words, when it came to cultivators below the Transcendent Realm, especially those from the younger generation, these Transcendent Realm Masters were more tolerant, or rather, disdainful. After all, it wasn't easy to cultivate to the Transcendent Realm just because one had outstanding talent. It required a considerable amount of opportunity. If one couldn't find it, even if one had outstanding talent, they would still be limited to the pseudo-transcendent realm for the rest of their lives. The difference between the transcendent realm and those below the transcendent realm was like heaven and earth. It was like the difference between a mortal and a celestial. The way a transcendent realm master looked at those below the transcendent realm was like an experienced adult looking at a child. If he doesn't die prematurely, the Unhindered Sword Sect will become even stronger in the future. It's not impossible for them to overshadow the Heavenly Water Sect. The fifth-layer Human Realm Master secretly said. This was his evaluation of Chen Zong. In the future, he would lead the Unhindered Sword Sect to rise, but only within the Heavenly River Palace. At most, he would overshadow the Heavenly Water Sect. To be able to lead a sect to become the leader of a palace by himself, this evaluation was already very high in the eyes of this fifth-layer Human Realm Master. What he didn't know was that this evaluation was too low for Chen Zong, and it wasn't just a little low. In the spirit pool, Chen Zong's aura fluctuated again, becoming even more tyrannical and sharp. The 23rd level of the art of Unhindered, late 5th layer true martial realm. Countless ripples appeared and gathered towards Chen Zong from all directions. More than 50% of the spiritual qi was absorbed, which meant that Chen Zong alone could absorb at least 50% of the spiritual qi in the spiritual pool, while the other 9 could only fight for the other 50%. This was a completely oppressive plunder. Everyone's expression was unsightly. The water in the spirit pool was originally pale white, but now it was even paler. It began to show traces of clarity, indicating that the world energy contained within was decreasing. After a while, when more than 90% of the white in the spirit pool had dissipated, Chen Zong's aura increased again. The 24th level of the art of Unhindered, peak 5th layer true martial realm. The last bit of whiteness in the spiritual pool had also disappeared. Only the clear water was left, and there was no longer any trace of spiritual qi. Long Xiaoyuan's group of 6, Li Xiaoyun, Gu Yaoyang, and Yang Shiqi all had ugly expressions. Especially Long Xiaoyuan's group of 6, their faces were so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. This time, they had all gained something. Everyone's cultivation had improved, at least by a small level. Some of them even broke through from the peak 5th layer true martial realm to the early 6th layer true martial realm, approaching the middle stage. However, this kind of improvement was different from what they had imagined. Most of the benefits were taken by Chen Zong. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait 10 years before they could continue to absorb the world energy. 10 years later, their cultivation would at least reach the pseudo-transcendent realm, and this spirit pool would no longer be of any benefit to them. In other words, this spirit pool was an opportunity for them to surpass their peers, but this opportunity was mostly wasted because of Chen Zong. Burning with anger, they wanted nothing more than to kill Chen Zong right now. Chen Zong ignored them and leaped into the air, leaving the spirit pool and quickly descending. His speed was so fast that no one among the 9 could match it. As soon as Chen Zong appeared, everyone's eyes fell on him. When they felt the fluctuation of his aura, they were all shocked. Peak 5th layer true martial realm. Wasn't he at the peak 4th layer true martial realm before? Usually, Chen Zong's aura was restrained, and even extreme mortal realm masters could not detect it. However, when he used his true force, it would leak out and be detected by those with high cultivation. Yuan Lingzi was stunned at first, but then his face was full of smiles. Chen Zong's cultivation had increased by almost a whole level. This meant that he had gained a lot from the spirit pool. Although they were surprised, the other 3 senior elders did not think much of it. They thought that their disciples had also gained a lot, but when they saw their disciples, their faces changed again. Li Xiaoyun was originally at the peak 5th layer true martial realm, but now he was at the early 6th layer true martial realm. Gu Yaoyang was originally at the middle 5th layer true martial realm, but now he was at the peak 5th layer true martial realm. Yang Shiqi was originally at the middle 4th layer true martial realm, but now he was at the peak 4th layer true martial realm. His aura fluctuated, and it seemed that he could break through to the 5th layer true martial realm at any time. This was different from what they had expected. It seemed to be a bit lacking. The other 6 members of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family all looked gloomy and ugly. Their eyes fell on Chen Zong's face, and they did not hide their anger and murderous intent. These 6 people's auras were much stronger than before, but there was still a clear gap compared to before. Could it be that Chen Zong had gained most of the benefits this time? Yuan Lingzi and the others were confused. After all, they did not know what had happened in the spirit pool. No matter how they guessed, they did not know what had happened. However, Yuan Lingzi's face was full of smiles, like a blooming flower. This was good news for Chen Zong, and it was also good news for the Zongjing sword sect. If he had cultivated normally, with Chen Zong's talent, it would have taken him half a year to achieve this. This meant that in less than half a day, he had done what would have taken him nearly a year to do. It meant that he had saved nearly a year's worth of cultivation time. Everyone, goodbye. Yuan Lingzi summoned the golden flame swift shadow crane and jumped on with Chen Zong. He spread his wings and turned into a white streak of light, quickly flying away. Gu Yaoyang did not mention fighting with Chen Zong because he was not confident. When Chen Zong was at the middle 4th layer true martial realm, he had already defeated him. Now that he had reached the peak 5th layer true martial realm, he was probably much stronger. Gu Yaoyang was not confident at all. If he was defeated again, the impact would be even greater. He had to endure for a while longer. Yang Shiqi's eyes were full of fighting spirit, but he did not make a move because he was not confident either. As for Li Xiaoyun, he had reached the early 6th layer true martial realm. On the surface, he was stronger than Chen Zong. Of course, he would not take the initiative to challenge Chen Zong. If he won, there would be nothing to show off. If he was not careful, he would ruin Chen Zong's reputation and damage himself. Let's go. As soon as Lei Daozi finished speaking, he and Li Xiaoyun landed on the back of the green scale heavenly wave eagle and quickly flew away. Then, Lai Yangzi and Gu Yaoyang also sat on the back of the fiery cloud bird. They turned into a streak of fiery red light and rolled up the clouds and flew away. Chapter 4:15. Monthly votes, double monthly votes, go go go, fight for the top 10, fight for the top 5, fight for the top 10. The spring breeze was warm and the spring sun was bright. On Tianhong Mountain, the grass was long and the birds were flying. It was thriving and full of vitality. It was so beautiful that it made people forget to leave. The mountain breeze blew, and the jade-like bamboo swayed left and right. As it swayed, the bamboo leaves fluttered like waves, creating a continuous rustling sound. It was as if the sound of the tide was coming from afar, and it was pleasing to the ear. On the bamboo tower of Black Bamboo Residence, Chun Zong sat cross-legged and practiced. The vigorous, sharp, and tyrannical true power flowed through Chun Zong's body endlessly. His true meridians, which were thicker and tougher than those of ordinary martial artists, revolved around Chun Zong's limbs and bones. There were no blind spots. This was something that most martial artists would not be able to do, because they were not able to reach the great circle of the training stage when they were still in the training stage. The benefits of reaching the perfection of the training force realm were obvious. The true power was purer, the recovery speed was faster, and the circulation speed was faster. One great cycle after another, the crisscrossing true power continued to revolve. Waves of whistling sounds came out from within his body, like the roar of the sea, like the roar of the wind. Soon after, it gradually became more intense, becoming like the roar of thunder. After a slight pause, countless true power gathered in his body and exploded. Chun Zong's entire body trembled slightly. The true power seemed to have become even more tyrannical. A vast and overbearing qi pervaded out from Chun Zong's body, bringing along a strong wind that blew in all directions. He opened his eyes. The sharp light was like a sword cutting through the air and penetrating everything. Breakthrough. Early stage of the 6th level of the true martial realm. The 25th level of the art of traversing. Chun Zong could feel a kind of power growing in his body. He did not move, but his body suddenly leaped up like a golden pring. In the blink of an eye, he left the bamboo tower and appeared 1,000 meters away. He pulled out his sword. The sword cut through the air and the sword light condensed. It was the perfect combination of speed and power. There was nothing it could not break. The first move of the sword of traversing. The second move. The second move of the sword of traversing. One move after another. One move after another. In the blink of an eye, Chun Zong had wielded his sword 24 times and performed the 24th move of the horizontal sword style. After a slight pause, after the breakthrough, the true power that was even more majestic and powerful converged. The power penetrated the sword body, and then pierced through the air. The extremely resplendent sword light was as dazzling and eye-catching as the rays of the scorching sun, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. The sound of air being torn apart was extremely sharp like thunder, resounding through the bamboo forest. A silver sword light tore through the sky for several hundred meters, piercing through countless black bamboos, leaving behind many thumb-sized sword holes that were as smooth as mirrors. Although the ink bamboo was made of bamboo, its body was harder than steel. Ordinary swords and sabers would not be able to leave a mark on it. After 3 breaths, the silver sword light that spanned hundreds of meters disappeared. However, there seemed to be something left in the air. The 25th style of the sword of traversing. The standard corresponded to the 7th level of the true martial realm, but there was an even more obvious difference between it and the 24th move. After performing this move, Chun Zong stared at the air and could feel the changes. The power was stronger and faster, and the combination was more compact and condensed. In addition, there was an additional feature, retention. The power contained in it could stay in the air or things hit for a longer period of time, causing more severe damage. Now I should be qualified to comprehend and practice the secret swords. Chun Zong thought to himself. He leaped and quickly left the ink bamboo residence. The 2 secret swords of the horizontal sword sect were very important. They were not stored in the scripture pavilion at all. As for where they were stored, only the founding elders, the sect master, and the 4 inner elders knew. Chen Zong went to find the founding elder, Yuan Lingzi. Your cultivation is not yet at the 7th level of the true martial realm, so it's not suitable for you to practice the secret swords. Yuan Lingzi said. He did not know that Chen Zong had already practiced the horizontal sword style to the 25th level, because Chen Zong did not fully display it and held back. This was a kind of instinctive self-protection. The tallest tree in the forest would be blown away by the wind. When one was not strong enough, it was necessary to keep and hide appropriately. It was a kind of instinct. Founding Elder, I don't want to practice the secret swords. I want to comprehend them first. After all, I plan to go out and experience for a longer period of time. Maybe I will have a fortuitous encounter and breakthrough. When the time comes, I can directly practice them, Chen Zong said. All right. Yuan Lingzi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although the minimum requirement to practice the 2 secret swords was the 7th level of the true martial realm, there was no limit to comprehension. Under normal circumstances, if one's cultivation was not enough, they could not practice them even if they wanted to. Under Yuan Lingzi's lead, Chen Zong also saw 2 stone steels. They were not tall, only about 2 meters or so. They were completely black and looked like giant swords. Legend has it that there was a strange beast in ancient times called the dragon sparrow. It usually looks sloppy and ordinary, but when it opens its tail, it can show unparalleled beauty and mesmerize people. Yuan Lingzi pointed to the black sword steel on the left and said leisurely, "The founder of the reigning sword sect once saw it from afar. He had an idea and comprehended this secret sword, naming it Dragon Sparrow Dance. It is said that the founder only saw it from afar and was not clear enough. Therefore, the Dragon Sparrow Dance he created was not enough to reach the true spirit level," Yuan Lingzi added. As Chen Zong listened, he carefully observed the black sword steel on the left. There were countless green and red patterns on it that looked like a fan. This secret sword is called Point Star. It was created by the founder when he observed the starry sky at night. Yuan Lingzi pointed to the black sword steel on the right. Chen Zong's gaze turned to the right. He saw that there was a sword mark on the black sword steel. It was like a meteor had passed by. The end of the sword mark seemed more obvious and sharp. The Dragon Sparrow Dance Secret Sword and Point Star Secret Sword have different focuses. The Dragon Sparrow Dance Secret Sword focuses on the magnificence of the technique. Extreme technique brings a very dazzling and enchanting scene. It contains hidden killing intent and takes people's lives without them noticing. Yuan Lingzi's tone was leisurely. Point Star Secret Sword does not have any magnificence. It directly compresses and condenses all power into one point to break and shatter everything. It is best at direct attack and destruction. Take your time to comprehend it. With that, Yuan Lingzi turned and left the secret room. Chen Zong's mustard seed bag had enough food and water to support his comprehension for quite some time. After Yuan Lingzi left, Chen Zong immediately sat cross-legged in front of the black sword steel on the left. He took a deep breath and removed all distracting thoughts. He became focused. His eyes first closed and then opened. The light fell on the sword steel. The patterns on the black sword steel were condensed. Gradually, his eyes seemed to blur. The green and red patterns seemed to come alive and twisted, quickly forming a blurry figure. Chen Zong could vaguely make out that the blurry figure seemed to be a kind of bird. However, it was too blurry and he could not see its appearance clearly. He could only see a very basic outline. Suddenly, Chen Zong seemed to hear a sharp cry. That sound seemed to carry with it the roar of a flood dragon. It was very strange, and it attacked his eardrums. Following that, Chen Zong's eyes lit up. He saw the blurry silhouette of a bird with its tail spread open like a huge fan. The alternating green and red light spread out. As the fan opened, it was as if an extremely dazzling picture scroll had been unfurled. Dazzling, dazzling. It made people intoxicated and difficult to wake up. Even though Chen Zong's mind was strong enough to surpass that of an ordinary LV7 true martial realm martial artist, he was intoxicated in an instant. He was trapped and shuttled back and forth between the red and green light as if there was no end. Suddenly, a speck of cold light appeared, and it silently carried shocking killing intent as it stabbed over, causing Chen Zong's entire body to shudder as he abruptly sobered up. His face was pale, his forehead was dripping with sweat, and his back was soaked. All of this happened without him noticing. If I was fighting with an enemy, I would have been killed. Chen Zong could not help but think to himself and smile bitterly. What a terrible secret sword. However, Chen Zong also gained a lot. At least he understood some clues. With these clues, it would be easier for him to get started. After adjusting his breath and recovering his energy, qi and spirit to the peak, Chen Zong began to understand again. Gradually, as he understood deeply, the green and red light intertwined in his mind, as if they were woven into a whole. Then, it opened like a folding fan. Time passed. Chen Zong did not pay attention to the time. He did not stop until he understood the secret sword on the black sword steel on the left to the extreme. However, he did not leave. He continued to stay in the secret room to reflect on what he had understood. When he was almost done, he recovered his energy and spirit and sat in front of the black sword steel on the right. This was the stone steel that recorded another secret sword, Star Touch. There was only one sword mark on it, a very special sword mark. Chen Zong stared at it. When he was extremely focused, the scene in front of him suddenly changed and he saw a night sky. With the experience of comprehending the dance of the dragon and sparrow, Chen Zong was not surprised at all. Instead, he looked forward to it. The night sky looked very dark, as if it could swallow everything. Suddenly, a speck of light appeared. It became extremely dazzling, as if it was tearing apart the dark sky. It was like a cold star that had been condensed to the extreme. Chen Zong could feel the power contained in that cold star. It was extremely terrifying and could destroy everything in its path. The cold star was coming toward him. A terrible pressure suddenly hit him. It was like the pressure of a falling star. The space around Chen Zong was completely frozen. He could not move, dodge, or resist. He could only watch the cold star coming for him. Darkness, oblivion. After a long time, Chen Zong suddenly woke up and gasped for breath. At that moment, he thought he was dead. Comprehending a secret sword was really scary. No wonder it required one to be at least LV7 of the true martial realm. In addition to cultivation, one's spirit and willpower were also important. However, after enduring the most difficult stage and comprehending a little bit of Star Touch, he could go deeper and try to master it in the shortest time possible. When Chen Zong comprehended Star Touch to the extreme, he rested for a while and left the secret room. Elder Yuan, how long have I been comprehending? Chen Zong was not used to the sunlight outside. He squinted his eyes. 20 days. Yuan Lingzi's answer surprised Chen Zong. 20 days. Chapter 4:16. Thank you, junior brothers. Keep up the good work and make it to the top 10. Early in the morning, the pier was already bustling with activity. It was a bustling scene. This was the second time Chen Zong had set foot on this wharf. The first time was when he came from the opposite side of the sinking Feather River. At that time, Chen Zong was only half a step to the completion of the Qi refining realm. He was not a big shot at all and almost died on this wharf. But now, things were different. Chen Zong walked straight ahead at a steady pace. At this time, a nimble figure quickly passed by Chen Zong from the side and reached for the mustard seed bag on Chen Zong's waist. Unexpectedly, he missed. It's you. The nimble figure also saw Chen Zong's appearance. Although more than a year had passed since the last time, Chen Zong had left a deep impression on him. Chen Zong also recognized him. He was the man who wanted to rob his bag, someone from the Viper gang. Shocked, the thin and nimble middle-aged man was frightened. He immediately retreated without hesitation and wanted to leave quickly. Last time, he was almost killed by Chunzong. Otherwise, the real martial arts realm master in the gang would have appeared. Even the real martial arts realm master in the gang could not do anything to him. In the end, it was said that he was threatened by Li Qingye, the owner of the Green Leaf Sword School, and had to give up. Last time, you were lucky to survive. This time, Chunzong said casually and raised his hand and pointed. An imperceptible finger beam shot out like a sword, instantly crossing a dozen meters and shooting into the thin middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's body trembled as he clutched his chest and fell down with a face full of unwillingness. This scene caused some of the surrounding people to panic and scatter in all directions. Chunzong did not pay attention to them. He turned around and walked out of the wharf again. There was a big wooden ship there. When he approached the big wooden ship and showed the iron feather token, he was immediately treated as a VIP. He did not need to pay any fee and could even enjoy the best room on the big wooden ship. This big wooden ship was the merchant ship of the Diu Trading Company. Not long after, the merchant ship left the dock and sailed toward the opposite bank of the sinking Feather River. Who dares to kill a member of the Viper gang? An angry roar resounded in all directions, and a powerful aura swept out. Impressively, a true martial realm martial artist had arrived. If Chunzong had seen it, he would have recognized that it was the second-level true martial realm martial artist who had almost killed him before. Since you dare to offend the esteemed guest of our firm, there's no need for the Viper gang to exist anymore. Not far away, a manager of the Diu Trading Company said. His words were equivalent to an order. His men immediately took action. Soon, the Viper gang would be eradicated. This was power. Status brings. It was brought about by strength. Chunzong, who was on the merchant ship, didn't know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Standing on the deck and facing the gentle river breeze, Chunzong's eyes became distant and deep. His thoughts were flying. He didn't seem to be thinking about anything deliberately, but countless thoughts and images appeared in his mind as if he was looking at flowers on horseback. Returning home in glory? Returning home in glory? Not really. However, compared to when he left, there was indeed a big gap. His cultivation was at the early stage of LV6 true martial realm, but his strength was stronger than an ordinary LV7 true martial realm martial artist. However, it was still not enough. When he thought of the geniuses in the camp, those geniuses, those pseudo-transcendents, and even those real transcendents, Chunzong knew that the cultivation of LV6 true martial realm was far from enough. He couldn't be complacent. Chunzong's purpose on this trip was to return to the Cloud Dragon dynasty and then to the eastern continent. Back then, he was forced to risk his life to enter the 100-Beast Mountain. He was lucky enough to pass it. Now that his strength was almost there, it was time to go back and settle some grievances. Moreover, several years had passed. Chunzong missed his father very much. He wondered how he was doing these years. There was also Venerable Huan Yun, who was not his disciple in name but was actually his disciple. There were also his other family and friends. He was eager to return home. The more he thought about it, the more he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly over the mountains and the sea to return home. Home. Without straightening out his thoughts, he let his thoughts run wild. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. It took a long time for the merchant ship to cross the sinking Feather River. Chunzong observed the river water every day. Although he didn't draw his sword, he could comprehend and practice the sword in his mind. In addition, he cultivated the traversing skill. His cultivation improved little by little, gradually approaching the mid-LV6 true martial realm from the early stage. After arriving and disembarking, Chunzong went to the Three Ferocious City. I wonder if Big Brother Xia is still in the city? Chunzong thought to himself. Three Ferocious City hadn't changed much over the past year. It was still as chaotic as ever. Chernzong saw the Three Ferocious Battle Steel and the names on it. The name Chernzong was at the top of the list, but now it seemed that the sword principles contained in the two names were sloppy and had many flaws. Chernzong saw Xia Taichao when he arrived at the Cloud Dragon Mansion. "You are?" Xia Taichao stared at Chernzong with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. "Big brother Xia." Chernzong greeted him with a smile. "Brother, it's really you." Xia Taichao was very happy. When friends met, it was inevitable for them to exchange greetings. After learning about what had happened to Chernzong in the past year, Xia Taichao opened his mouth so wide that a fist could be stuffed in it. However, Chernzong didn't tell him everything. He only mentioned the parts that could be mentioned. "Brother, what's your cultivation now?" Xia Taichao hurriedly asked. Chernzong didn't answer, but he emitted a trace of qi. "The early stage of the LV6 true martial realm." Xia Taichao's eyes widened, his eyeballs almost popping out. In less than 2 years, he had broken through from the peak of the 9th transformation of the qi refining realm to the early stage of the LV6 true martial realm. This kind of improvement was too terrifying. Compared to this, Xia Taichao felt that all his years of cultivation had been in vain. Comparisons were odious. He was deeply shocked and his heart couldn't bear it. "Big brother Xia, I came back this time not only to see you, but also to settle a grudge," Chernzong said. Outside the Three Ferocious City, Chernzong stood straight like a sharp sword with 2 swords at his waist, pointing straight at the sky. In front of Chernzong, there were 2 people standing 100 meters away. They were Tai Lang, the deputy chief of the Red Wolves, and Tai Xiong, the deputy chief of the Grizzly Gang. Chernzong could feel the fluctuations of qi on their bodies. They were both in the middle stage of the LV7 true martial realm. In the past, they were so powerful in his eyes, but now they were nothing. "Emissary Xia, this is a life and death battle. You can't interfere," Tai Lang said with a bit of fear. "Don't worry, I won't interfere." Xia Taichao smiled coldly. He had personally witnessed Chernzong's strength. Although Chernzong was not as strong as himself, he was not weak. An ordinary LV7 true martial realm warrior could not compare with him. At that time, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang had paid a big price, but grudges were grudges. If it were not for Xia Taichao's help, Chernzong would have been killed by Tai Lang or Tai Xiong. Now it was time to settle the score. There were many onlookers around. It's only been a little more than a year. Even if Chernzong is talented, he's at most at the LV3 true martial realm. He's overestimating himself by asking for a life and death battle with Tai Lang and Tai Xiong. I don't think so. If he didn't have some confidence, why would he ask for a life and death battle? I really can't figure out what he's relying on to make a martial artist at the LV3 true martial realm dare to have a life and death battle with 2 LV7 true martial realm warriors. After all, the difference between the LV3 and the LV7 true martial realm was 4 levels. It was also the difference between the early stage, the middle stage, and the late stage. The gap was so big that a LV7 true martial realm warrior could easily kill a LV3 true martial realm warrior. Tai Xiong, do you want to do it or should I? Tai Lang asked coldly. You two do it together. Chernzong gave them an answer which made them furious. I'll do it, Tai Xiong said, a cruel smile on his face. His eyes flashed fiercely, and they fell on Chernzong's face from 100 meters away, emitting a bloodthirsty light. Immediately, Tai Xiong roared, and true force surged from his body. The fluctuation of the LV7 true martial realm swept out like a gust of wind, rolling up dust and sand. Both of his legs exerted force, and with a boom, the ground trembled. In the sky filled with sand, Tai Xiong's strong and tall figure rushed out. His body was surrounded by true power, and his entire person seemed to have turned into a steel bear. With a tyrannical killing intent, he mercilessly attacked Chen Zong. Tai Xiong didn't know whether Chen Zong was overestimating himself or had something else to rely on. He used all his strength at the LV7 true martial realm to kill Chen Zong in one fell swoop, so as to prevent Xia Taichao from coming back. Tai Xiong closed the distance of 100 meters in a flash. He stretched out his right hand and slapped out with his thick palm, letting out a vigorous and violent roar. It was like the roar of a giant bear, making people's hearts beat wildly and their blood flow reversed. The terrifying qi and pressure of the palm fiercely attacked Chen Zong. The ground under his feet collapsed in an instant, and the ground behind him cracked, forming an illusory palm print. Red Wolf crossed his arms in front of his chest. There was a bloodthirsty light in his eyes, and a hideous smile on his lips. He felt that he didn't need to do anything. This kid was dead for sure. This is good. Otherwise, this kid's talent is really amazing. If he has enough time to grow, it won't be difficult for him to catch up with me and Tai Xiong. It won't be difficult for him to surpass me and Tai Xiong. If he comes back for revenge at that time, I and Tai Xiong will be in danger. Fortunately, this kid thinks he's more talented than others. Now that he's broken through to the true martial realm, he's probably won a battle above his level, so his confidence is inflated. Under everyone's gazes, Chen Zong did not seem to react at all to Tai Xiong's extremely violent palm strike. It was as if he had been suppressed, unable to react at all. He could only allow Tai Xiong's violent palm strike to land on him. Afterwards, he was either smashed into a meat patty or shattered into pieces. It seemed that a bloody scene was about to happen. However, Chen Zong's right hand moved like a phantom. Before anyone could see it clearly, a beam of bright silver sword light suddenly lit up and bloomed in an instant. It was like a meteor breaking through the sky, or an aurora piercing the moon. It was too fast to be described, and difficult to catch. Even though Xia Taichao had seen it once, seeing it for the second time was still amazing. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.